Kami bangga menjadi perusahaan tambang dengan operasi paling rendah karbon di Indonesia. Tiap tahunnya kami menghemat 1 juta ton CO2 ekuivalen karena penggunaan energi ramah lingkungan. Kami memaksimalkan potensi alam di Luwu Timur untuk membangun 3 PLTA. Pada tahun 2030 kami menargetkan penurunan emisi gas rumah kaca hingga 33%. Lebih dari setengah abad di Sorowako, kami tetap merawat Danau Matano dengan sepenuh hati untuk anak cucu kita nanti. Praktik good mining practices dari aspek reklamasi dan rehabilitasi lahan juga kami perhatikan. Vegetasi lokal kami pertahankan dengan total lebih dari 3.000 hektar lahan telah kami kembalikan ke kondisi semula. Lebih dari 10.000 hektar lahan daerah aliran sungai di 13 kabupaten kota juga kami lestarikan. Bersama PT Vale, kita wujudkan pertambangan berkelanjutan berkelas dunia untuk Indonesia. Kami bangga menjadi perusahaan tambang dengan operasi paling rendah karbon di Indonesia. Tiap tahunnya, PT Vale Indonesia Tbk menghemat 1 juta ton CO2 ekuivalen karena penggunaan energi ramah lingkungan. Kami memaksimalkan potensi alam di Luwu Timur untuk membangun 3 PLTA yang menyuplai rata-rata 365 MW listrik. Pada tahun 2030, kami menargetkan penurunan emisi gas rumah kaca hingga 33%. Langkah nyata yang telah, sedang, dan akan kami lakukan adalah pada tahun 2019 hingga 2022, kami telah menggunakan boiler elektrik yang efisien dengan sumber tenaga listrik dari PLTA. Kami juga melakukan pengoptimalan PLTA, menggunakan modular screening station, dan truk listrik. Pada tahun 2023 hingga 2030, rencana kami diantaranya menggunakan dryer dari tenaga LNG, menggeser bahan bakar fosil ke bahan bakar ramah lingkungan, pemanfaatan limbah panas, dan penggunaan pembangkit listrik LNG. Lebih dari setengah abad di Sorowako, kami tetap mempertahankan kualitas air. Kami merawat Danau Matano dengan sepenuh hati untuk anak cucu kita nanti. Praktik good mining practice dari aspek reklamasi dan rehabilitasi lahan juga kami perhatikan. Vegetasi lokal kami pertahankan. Total lebih dari 3.000 hektar lahan telah kami kembalikan ke kondisi semula. Lebih dari 10.000 hektar lahan daerah aliran sungai di 13 provinsi juga kami lestarikan. Kami juga melibatkan masyarakat dan memfasilitasi dengan program PPM untuk mendorong kemandirian dan kesejahteraan. Berbagai pendampingan kami dedikasikan untuk masyarakat di lingkar tambang. Bersama PT Vale, kita wujudkan pertambangan berkelanjutan berkelas dunia untuk Indonesia.
As we enter a decade of decisive action for climate, nature, and people, the global community is coming together to respond to this crucial challenge. And Indonesia is playing a pivotal role. April Group, a leading producer of bio-based renewable products, is taking an active part in this global movement. This is April 2030. April 2030 is our vision for meeting the challenges of the next decade and is comprised of 4 commitment areas with 18 ambitious time-bound targets.
April 2030 is our commitment to deliver a positive impact on climate, nature, and people while growing as a sustainable producer of fiber and pulp-based products. By 2030, we will achieve net zero carbon emissions from all our land use, positive and measurable gains in nature, and zero extreme poverty in our communities, and positioning our business for sustainable growth for the next 10 years.
The 4 commitments of April 2030 are climate positive, thriving landscapes, inclusive progress, and sustainable growth.
The launch of April 2030 signals our next level of ambition for our sustainable development agenda.
We are very much aware that as a global community, we need to achieve the sustainable development goals while also finding ways to drastically reduce our carbon emissions and to significantly advance the protection of nature.
Our aim for April 2030 is to being part of the global movement for a more sustainable economy.
So what about our actual targets? When it comes to a climate-positive future, over the next 10 years, we will achieve net zero emissions from land use and reduce product carbon emissions intensity by 25%. We are dedicated to conserving and protecting our landscapes. That is why we will invest to achieve positive biodiversity gains and support wildlife protection. And to continue making advances in tropical peatland science, which will promote the responsible management of tropical peatlands.
We want to eliminate extreme poverty, improve the quality of education. We want to ensure that communities will have access to good healthcare services and address the problem of stunting in the Riau province.
So much so, we will reduce stunting by 50%. We are also committed to advancing equal opportunities for women in Indonesia. Circularity is at the heart of our business, and we will continue to make great strides in resource efficiency. We will reduce solid waste by as much as 80% and source 20% of cellulosic fiber for viscose from recycled textiles.
We know that climate change doesn't recognize any boundaries between developed and developing nations. Accelerated action has to be a joint responsibility, and that means we'll need to collaborate to achieve meaningful change. I know when I look back a decade from now, we have done all that we can to build a better and more sustainable future for all.
Over the past year, we have taken action to advance our April 2030 commitments and targets while contributing to the global climate movement from Indonesia. We are working hard to deliver a positive impact on climate, nature, and people while growing as a sustainable producer of fiber and bio-based products. Along with our partners, we're making sure that the programs designed to eradicate extreme poverty, reduce stunting, and improve education and health outcomes in Rio Province are targeted and effective. We have extended our support for quality education to reach more than 170 schools and are working to improve infrastructure and the quality of education through leadership training. In the healthcare area, we're doing baseline studies to identify the areas of greatest need around infrastructure and supply. At our mill, we have become more circular, continuously improving our ability to eliminate waste and incorporate new renewable energy sources like solar. We are in the process of installing a 20-megawatt solar installation in Kerinci in Riau Province, where our operations are located, where it will become a more permanent part of our energy mix. We are taking action on climate through a series of climate-positive targets that will drastically reduce our carbon emissions. We've strengthened our commitment towards climate positive with local-made electric buses operating in Pangkalan Kerinci, supporting lower carbon employee commuting to our mill. At the landscape level, we are focused on expanding our ecosystem restoration footprint and have established new conservation projects with village communities as part of a pilot program. And we have made strong progress with strategic partners in understanding the drivers of illegal wildlife trade and what can be done to eliminate it. We established a new tropical peatland science hub, eco-research camp, at the heart of Kampar Peninsula, serving as a hub to study this important ecosystem. We have made a lot of progress, but there remains much work to be done. Alongside our partners and communities, we look forward to making a positive impact in the coming years ahead.
Kami bangga menjadi perusahaan tambang dengan operasi paling rendah karbon di Indonesia. Tiap tahunnya kami menghemat 1 juta ton CO2 ekuivalen karena penggunaan energi ramah lingkungan. Kami memaksimalkan potensi alam di Luwu Timur untuk membangun 3 PLTA. Pada tahun 2030 kami menargetkan penurunan emisi gas rumah kaca hingga 33%. Lebih dari setengah abad di Sorowako, kami tetap merawat Danau Matano dengan sepenuh hati untuk anak cucu kita nanti. Praktik good mining practices dari aspek reklamasi dan rehabilitasi lahan juga kami perhatikan. Vegetasi lokal kami pertahankan dengan total lebih dari 3.000 hektar lahan telah kami kembalikan ke kondisi semula. Lebih dari 10.000 hektar lahan daerah aliran sungai di 13 kabupaten kota juga kami lestarikan. Bersama PT Vale, kita wujudkan pertambangan berkelanjutan berkelas dunia untuk Indonesia. Kami bangga menjadi perusahaan tambang dengan operasi paling rendah karbon di Indonesia. Tiap tahunnya, PT Vale Indonesia Tbk menghemat 1 juta ton CO2 ekuivalen karena penggunaan energi ramah lingkungan. Kami memaksimalkan potensi alam di Luwu Timur untuk membangun 3 PLTA yang menyuplai rata-rata 365 MW listrik. Pada tahun 2030, kami menargetkan penurunan emisi gas rumah kaca hingga 33%. Langkah nyata yang telah, sedang, dan akan kami lakukan adalah: pada tahun 2019 hingga 2022, kami telah menggunakan boiler elektrik yang efisien dengan sumber tenaga listrik dari PLTA. Kami juga melakukan pengoptimalan PLTA, menggunakan modular screening station, dan truk listrik. Pada tahun 2023 hingga 2030, rencana kami diantaranya menggunakan dryer dari tenaga LNG, menggeser bahan bakar fosil ke bahan bakar ramah lingkungan, pemanfaatan limbah panas, dan penggunaan pembangkit listrik LNG. Lebih dari setengah abad di Sorowako, kami tetap mempertahankan kualitas air. Kami merawat Danau Matano dengan sepenuh hati untuk anak cucu kita nanti. Praktik good mining practice dari aspek reklamasi dan rehabilitasi lahan juga kami perhatikan. Vegetasi lokal kami pertahankan. Total lebih dari 3.000 hektar lahan telah kami kembalikan ke kondisi semula. Lebih dari 10.000 hektar lahan daerah aliran sungai di 13 provinsi juga kami lestarikan. Kami juga melibatkan masyarakat dan memfasilitasi dengan program PPM untuk mendorong kemandirian dan kesejahteraan. Berbagai pendampingan kami dedikasikan untuk masyarakat di lingkar tambang. Bersama PT Vale, kita wujudkan pertambangan berkelanjutan berkelas dunia untuk Indonesia.
As we enter a decade of decisive action for climate, nature, and people, the global community is coming together to respond to this crucial challenge. And Indonesia is playing a pivotal role. April Group, a leading producer of bio-based renewable products, is taking an active part in this global movement. This is April 2030. April 2030 is our vision for meeting the challenges of the next decade and is comprised of 4 commitment areas with 18 ambitious time-bound targets.
April 2030 is our commitment to deliver a positive impact on climate, nature, and people while growing as a sustainable producer of fiber and pulp-based products. By 2030, we will achieve net zero carbon emissions from all our land use, positive and measurable gains in nature, and zero extreme poverty in our communities, and positioning our business for sustainable growth for the next 10 years.
The 4 commitments of April 2030 are climate positive, thriving landscapes, inclusive progress, and sustainable growth.
The launch of April 2030 signals our next level of ambition for our sustainable development agenda.
We are very much aware that as a global community, we need to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals while also finding ways to drastically reduce our carbon emissions and to significantly advance the protection of nature.
Our aim for April 2030 is to being part of the global movement for a more sustainable economy.
So what about our actual targets? When it comes to a climate-positive future, over the next 10 years, we will achieve net zero emissions from land use and reduce product carbon emissions intensity by 25%. We are dedicated to conserving and protecting our landscapes. That is why we will invest to achieve positive biodiversity gains and support wildlife protection. And to continue making advances in tropical peatland science, which will promote the responsible management of tropical peatlands.
We want to eliminate extreme poverty, improve the quality of education. We want to ensure that communities will have access to good healthcare services and address the problem of stunting in Riau province.
So much so, we will reduce stunting by 50%. We are also committed to advancing equal opportunities for women in Indonesia. Circularity is at the heart of our business, and we will continue to make great strides in resource efficiency. We will reduce solid waste by as much as 80% and source 20% of cellulosic fiber for viscose from recycled textiles.
We know that climate change doesn't recognize any boundaries between developed and developing nations. Accelerated action has to be a joint responsibility, and that means we'll need to collaborate to achieve meaningful change. I know when I look back a decade from now, we have done all that we can to build a better and more sustainable future for all.
Over the past year, we have taken action to advance our April 2030 commitments and targets while contributing to the global climate movement from Indonesia. We are working hard to deliver a positive impact on climate, nature, and people while growing as a sustainable producer of fiber and bio-based products. Along with our partners, we're making sure that the programs designed to eradicate extreme poverty, reduce stunting, and improve education and health outcomes in Riau Province are targeted and effective. We have extended our support for quality education to reach more than 170 schools and are working to improve infrastructure and the quality of education through leadership training. In the healthcare area, we're doing baseline studies to identify the areas of greatest need around infrastructure and supply. At our mill, we have become more circular, continuously improving our ability to eliminate waste and incorporate new renewable energy sources like solar. We are in the process of installing a 20 megawatt solar installation in Challanges in Riau province, where our operations are located, where it will become a more permanent part of our energy mix. We are taking action on climate through a series of climate-positive targets that will drastically reduce our carbon emissions. We've strengthened our commitment towards climate positive with local-made electric buses operating in Pangkalan Challanges, supporting lower carbon employee commuting to our mill. At the landscape level, we are focused on expanding our ecosystem restoration footprint and have established new conservation projects with village communities as part of a pilot program. And we have made strong progress with strategic partners in understanding the drivers of illegal wildlife trade and what can be done to eliminate it. We established a new tropical peatland science hub, eco-research camp, at the heart of Kampar Peninsula, serving as a hub to study this important ecosystem. We have made a lot of progress, but there remains much work to be done. Alongside our partners and communities, we look forward to making a positive impact in the coming years ahead.
Kami bangga menjadi perusahaan tambang dengan operasi paling rendah karbon di Indonesia. Tiap tahunnya kami menghemat 1 juta ton CO2 ekuivalen karena penggunaan energi ramah lingkungan. Kami memaksimalkan potensi alam di Luwu Timur untuk membangun 3 PLTA. Pada tahun 2030 kami menargetkan penurunan emisi gas rumah kaca hingga 33%. Lebih dari setengah abad di Sorowako, kami tetap merawat Danau Matano dengan sepenuh hati untuk anak cucu kita nanti. Praktik good mining practices dari aspek reklamasi dan rehabilitasi lahan juga kami perhatikan. Vegetasi lokal kami pertahankan dengan total lebih dari 3.000 hektar lahan telah kami kembalikan ke kondisi semula. Lebih dari 10.000 hektar lahan daerah aliran sungai di 13 kabupaten kota juga kami lestarikan. Bersama PT Vale, kita wujudkan pertambangan berkelanjutan berkelas dunia untuk Indonesia. Kami bangga menjadi perusahaan tambang dengan operasi paling rendah karbon di Indonesia. Tiap tahunnya, PT Vale Indonesia Tbk menghemat 1 juta ton CO2 ekuivalen karena penggunaan energi ramah lingkungan. Kami memaksimalkan potensi alam di Luwu Timur untuk membangun 3 PLTA yang menyuplai rata-rata 365 MW listrik. Pada tahun 2030, kami menargetkan penurunan emisi gas rumah kaca hingga 33%. Langkah nyata yang telah, sedang, dan akan kami lakukan adalah: pada tahun 2019 hingga 2022, kami telah menggunakan boiler elektrik yang efisien dengan sumber tenaga listrik dari PLTA. Kami juga melakukan pengoptimalan PLTA, menggunakan modular screening station, dan truk listrik. Pada tahun 2023 hingga 2030, rencana kami diantaranya menggunakan dryer dari tenaga LNG, menggeser bahan bakar fosil ke bahan bakar ramah lingkungan, pemanfaatan limbah panas, dan penggunaan pembangkit listrik LNG. Lebih dari setengah abad di Sorowako, kami tetap mempertahankan kualitas air. Kami merawat Danau Matano dengan sepenuh hati untuk anak cucu kita nanti. Praktik good mining practice dari aspek reklamasi dan rehabilitasi lahan juga kami perhatikan. Vegetasi lokal kami pertahankan. Total lebih dari 3.000 hektar lahan telah kami kembalikan ke kondisi semula. Lebih dari 10.000 hektar lahan daerah aliran sungai di 13 provinsi juga kami lestarikan. Kami juga melibatkan masyarakat dan memfasilitasi dengan program PPM untuk mendorong kemandirian dan kesejahteraan. Berbagai pendampingan kami dedikasikan untuk masyarakat di lingkar tambang. Bersama PT Vale, kita wujudkan pertambangan berkelanjutan berkelas dunia untuk Indonesia.
As we enter a decade of decisive action for climate, nature, and people, the global community is coming together to respond to this crucial challenge. And Indonesia is playing a pivotal role. April Group, a leading producer of bio-based renewable products, is taking an active part in this global movement. This is April 2030. April 2030 is our vision for meeting the challenges of the next decade and is comprised of 4 commitment areas with 18 ambitious time-bound targets.
April 2030 is our commitment to deliver a positive impact on climate, nature, and people while growing as a sustainable producer of fiber and pulp-based products. By 2030, we will achieve net zero carbon emissions from all our land use, positive and measurable gains in nature, and zero extreme poverty in our communities, and positioning our business for sustainable growth for the next 10 years.
The 4 commitments of April 2030 are climate positive, thriving landscapes, inclusive progress, and sustainable growth.
The launch of April 2030 signals our next level of ambition for our Sustainable Development Agenda.
We are very much aware that as a global community, we need to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals while also finding ways to drastically reduce our carbon emissions and to significantly advance the protection of nature.
Our aim for April 2030 is to being part of the global movement for a more sustainable economy.
So what about our actual targets? When it comes to a climate-positive future, over the next 10 years, we will achieve net zero emissions from land use and reduce product carbon emissions intensity by 25%. We are dedicated to conserving and protecting our landscapes. That is why we will invest to achieve positive biodiversity gains and support wildlife protection. And to continue making advances in tropical peatland science, which will promote the responsible management of tropical peatlands.
We want to eliminate extreme poverty, improve the quality of education. We want to ensure that communities will have access to good healthcare services and address the problem of stunting in Riau province.
So much so, we will reduce stunting by 50%. We are also committed to advancing equal opportunities for women in Indonesia. Circularity is at the heart of our business, and we will continue to make great strides in resource efficiency. We will reduce solid waste by as much as 80% and source 20% of cellulosic fibre for viscose from recycled textiles.
We know that climate change doesn't recognize any boundaries between developed and developing nations. Accelerated action has to be a joint responsibility, and that means we'll need to collaborate to achieve meaningful change. I know when I look back a decade from now, we have done all that we can to build a better and more sustainable future for all.
Over the past year, we have taken action to advance our April 2030 commitments and targets while contributing to the global climate movement from Indonesia. We are working hard to deliver a positive impact on climate, nature and people while growing as a sustainable producer of fibre and bio-based products. Along with our partners, we're making sure that the programs designed to eradicate extreme poverty, reduce stunting and improve education and health outcomes in Rio Province are targeted and effective. We have extended our support for quality education to reach more than 170 schools and are working to improve infrastructure and the quality of education through leadership training. In the healthcare area, we're doing baseline studies to identify the areas of greatest need around infrastructure and supply. At our mill, we have become more circular, continuously improving our ability to eliminate waste and incorporate new renewable energy sources like solar. We are in the process of installing a 20 megawatt solar installation in Challanges in Rio Province, where our operations are located, where it will become a more permanent part of our energy mix. We are taking action on climate through a series of climate-positive targets.
Recording in progress.
Drastically reduced our carbon emissions. We've strengthened our commitment towards climate positive with local-made electric buses operating in Pangkalan Challanges, supporting lower carbon employee commuting to our mill. At the landscape level, we are focused on expanding our ecosystem restoration footprint and have established new conservation projects with village communities as part of a pilot program. And we have made strong progress with strategic partners in understanding the drivers of illegal wildlife trade and what can be done to eliminate it. We established a new tropical peatland science hub, Eco Research Camp, at the heart of Kampar Peninsula, serving as a hub to study this important ecosystem. We have made a lot of progress, but there remains much work to be done. Alongside our partners and communities, we look forward to making a positive impact in the coming years ahead.
Kami bangga menjadi perusahaan tambang dengan operasi paling rendah karbon di Indonesia. Tiap tahunnya kami menghemat 1 juta ton CO2 ekuivalen karena penggunaan energi ramah lingkungan. Kami memaksimalkan potensi alam di Luwu Timur untuk membangun 3 PLTA. Pada tahun 2030 kami menargetkan penurunan emisi gas rumah kaca hingga 33%. Lebih dari setengah abad di Sorowako, kami tetap merawat Danau Matano dengan sepenuh hati untuk anak cucu kita nanti. Praktik good mining practices dari aspek reklamasi dan rehabilitasi lahan juga kami perhatikan. Vegetasi lokal kami pertahankan dengan total lebih dari 3.000 hektar lahan telah kami kembalikan ke kondisi semula. Lebih dari 10.000 hektar lahan daerah aliran sungai di 13 kabupaten kota juga kami lestarikan. Bersama PT Vale, kita wujudkan pertambangan berkelanjutan berkelas dunia untuk Indonesia. Kami bangga menjadi perusahaan tambang dengan operasi paling rendah karbon di Indonesia. Tiap tahunnya, PT Vale Indonesia Tbk menghemat 1 juta ton CO2 ekuivalen karena penggunaan energi ramah lingkungan. Kami memaksimalkan potensi alam di Luwu Timur untuk membangun 3 PLTA yang menyuplai rata-rata 365 MW listrik. Pada tahun 2030, kami menargetkan penurunan emisi gas rumah kaca hingga 33%. Langkah nyata yang telah, sedang, dan akan kami lakukan adalah: pada tahun 2019 hingga 2022, kami telah menggunakan boiler elektrik yang efisien dengan sumber tenaga listrik dari PLTA. Kami juga melakukan pengoptimalan PLTA, menggunakan modular screening station, dan truk listrik. Pada tahun 2023 hingga 2030, rencana kami diantaranya menggunakan dryer dari tenaga LNG, menggeser bahan bakar fosil ke bahan bakar ramah lingkungan, pemanfaatan limbah panas, dan penggunaan pembangkit listrik LNG. Lebih dari setengah abad di Sorowako, kami tetap mempertahankan kualitas air. Kami merawat Danau Matano dengan sepenuh hati untuk anak cucu kita nanti. Praktik good mining practice dari aspek reklamasi dan rehabilitasi lahan juga kami perhatikan. Vegetasi lokal.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam damai sejahtera. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan. May peace be upon us. How are we today? I hope we're doing good and awesome. And I believe that all of us are very excited for this significant event today. And I also would like to thank you so much to all of you who make time off of your busy schedules today to be here with us, whether you are joining here in the room or in the Zoom meeting. I would like to say thank you very much. A warm welcome to all of you coming here for this extraordinary panel discussion event on best practices for advancing sustainability in the face of global complex challenge. I'd like to extend our warmest welcome to our distinguished guest, Bapak Dida Gardera, expert staff for connectivity, service development, and natural resources, coordinating Ministry for Economic Affairs, who is joining online all the way from Singapore today. Ibu Shinta Kamdani, IBCSD Honorary Trustee, who is also on the screen. Bapak Lili Unggul Raharjo, President of IBCSD. Joe Phelan, Executive Director, WBCSD Asia Pacific Region. And I also want to welcome all of our expert panelists and moderators from WBCSD and IBCSD's member. Welcome to all of you. Dear participants, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I am Nurina, honored to stand before you as your MC for today, and it's a great pleasure to meet you all. As we look to the future, our world is faced with a web of complex challenges, and the time for action is now. A heartfelt thank you to Indonesia Business Council for Sustainable Development, IBCSD, and the World Business Council for Sustainable Development, WBCSD, for organizing this enlightening event, supported by April Group and Vale Indonesia, and in partnership with Olah Karsa. Once again, welcome. Let's seize this moment and pave the way for a brighter, more sustainable world. Please give a round of applause, everyone. Thank you. And to start, I would like to welcome the President of IBCSD, Bapak Lili Unggul Raharjo, to come to the stage and give the opening remarks. Please welcome Bapak Lili.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat siang, salam sejahtera, good afternoon. Honorable speakers and moderators, Bapak Dida Gandera, Special Staff for Connectivity, Service Development and Natural Resources from the Coordinating Ministry for Economic Affairs that's now joined online. Ibu Sinta Kandani, ABCSD Honorary Trustee that also joined online. Jobelan, from WBCSD Asia Pacific region, and all panelists, moderators from WCSD and RBCSD member, silently Cosino, and Irene Martinetti, and then Marcus Burke, manager, and also manager from Equity Action WBCSD, Papa Chang Pong, apologize if I spell it wrong, Bapak Chang Pong Ying Watana Tawon, CEO PT CSG Indonesia, and then Bapak Arsono Hartono, CEO PT Rimba Makmur Utama, Ibu Febriani Edi, CEO PT Vale Indonesia, and then Ibu Nadine Samira Sarif, Sustainability and ESG Manager, April Group, Ibu Lea Indra, Head of Public and Government Affairs, PT Signify Indonesia, Upaya Prakoso, Corporate Environment and Sustainability Head PT Solusi Bank Indonesia, Bapak Firman Darmawan, Senior Manager Corporate Sustainability and Risk Management PT Medco Energy, Bapak Bijaksana Juneros Sano, CEO Wish Watchings, and Ibu Retno Ayudiati, Sustainability Led PT AM Sampurna. And dear participant and distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of IPCSD, I'd like to welcome to our panel discussion today, this afternoon, with the topic ESG beyond compliance best practices for advancing sustainability and face global complex challenges. Before I start some remark point, I would like to introduce, probably some of you do not know about IPCSD. Right? So IPCSD is the CEO-led association of company operating in Indonesia that have commitment to support sustainable development. Established in 2011 as a national chapter of World Business Council for Sustainable Development, WBCSD, after 4-year process at Kadin, Indonesia Chamber of Commerce and Industry. And the founding of members of IPCSD consists of 6 companies, and now IPCSD has grown into 52 companies, from more than 17 industrial sector. Next. And I'd like to also to share why this event is important. I think all of you are aware that we are facing the global challenges, that some assumption that business meet the world documented as the cause of the current environmental crisis, like or dislike that is what happening, and this actually has already been addressed by WBCSD in 2050 vision that climate crisis, loss of nature, and mounting inequality are 3 pressing global challenges that interconnect each other. And those are related to the ESG issue are real risks. I think it's clear also that I think everybody know ESG is the new terminology that actually found in 2004, and it's acronym from environmental, social, and also governance set of standards that refer to the 3 main criteria measuring sustainability and business and firm. And as a key metric on decision making, that I think is more company already embed the ESG in their business strategy. And based on the global compact survey from many company, it can be concluded that who cares wins. That's clear, because now many company, most of the company already include the ESG in their strategy. Next. And this is just based on the survey from the management, from the CEO, related to the sustainability, ESG related risks remain important. The point of climate change they put as also high priority related to the ESG. And based on EY survey 2030, global executives say yes to sustainability and ESG, that 87% of respondents believe sustainability and ESG initiatives are very extremely important. Next. That's why ESG as reinforcing success factor need to be embedded in the strategy. We set other strategy like supply chain, digital economy, and other things, and they put also ESG as a main strategy also. Next, and of course there are some road cluster, yeah, to effective both the oversight of the ESG. Yeah, like or it's like that. Number one factor here is based on the survey. Yeah, number one of the roadblocks is lack of knowledge, data, or a capability. And number two is about complexity, ambiguity management. I hope that this afternoon session, yeah, will improve for number one about the lack of knowledge, because today we are going to have a studying session about the ESG, and there will be some insight also for all of us. Next. And this is the materiality of ESG. If you refer to the Thomson Reuters, MSCI, and Bloomberg, seems that they all have a different category on each aspect, like environmental, social, and governance, but mostly almost the same. Yeah. What is about environmental, like emission, innovation, climate change, something like that? It's almost the same. When we talk about emission, that's what the climate change also. So just the terminology a little bit different, and also the scope also a little bit different, but mostly almost the same from all the institution. Next, and as you were also now, ESG become one of the investor consideration. Yeah, in Indonesia, it's clear now. IDX, yeah, already put the index. Yeah, IDX, we call it IDX ESG leaders. Yeah, and the index will how do you call, influence on how we attract the investor and the perception from the investor, yeah, about the ESG index. And it will be measured, yeah, regularly, and there will be also report about the ESG index. Yeah. And based on the survey from EY, 97% of the investors said that they conduct evaluation of target company of non-financial disclosure, and 69% investors stated that non-financial information has occasionally or frequently played as a pivotal role in decision making. So it's clear that indicating that ESG is very important, not only of awareness of our social, awareness of our environmental governance, yeah, but also about the company perception. Next, what we have done. In 2021, WBCSD launched its Vision 2050 that with the theme "Time to Transform," which set a circle of world which were 9 billion people are able to live well within planetary boundary by 2050. And learning from WBCSD vision, yeah, then IPCSD has also been working to help business, especially on the member, yeah, through 6 strategy program that namely food and nature, people, climate and energy, circular economy, redefining value, and city and mobility. And below is the part of example of the initiative that IPCAD has working with many stakeholders, yeah, like climate and energy. SPAD has close coordination with the Garden Net Zero Hub, yeah, on decarbonization issue, yeah. Just recently, I think 2 weeks ago, we have a workshop with Indonesia Cement Association to support cement industry in Indonesia, how to define the roadmap of decarbonization up to 2030, refer to the NDC, excuse me, oh, NDC, sorry, NDC, uh, that we clearly Indonesia to the NDC is committed to reduce the emission by 2030 by 31.8%. Yeah. And all the industry sector has been asked by the Ministry of Industry and also Ministry of Environment and Forestry. Yeah. And then on food and nature, they have project what we call the EEB Agri-Food Project, and then on circular economy, I think every company already clear about if we're talking about climate change, there are many actions on that. Part of that is about the circular economy, study on the social, economic, and environmental benefit of the circular economy using waste, industrial waste for the alternative fuel, for the alternative raw material, and now many members already implemented. And people related to the green lifestyle program. Next. What next? So today discussion we have objective, First, understanding on transformation, so profound change in the current system. Sharing idea and knowledge, about best practices and case study. So we expect based on the sharing idea, then sharing knowledge based on the best practices, then we can have some insight that can be implemented in our company. And then the third objective is about overview of the important of going beyond minimum regulatory requirement. As we aware that actually still there are many regulation from the government that not really match with the requirement on on how we run the ESG. I think we can see the detail later on. That's actually we need support from the government on the regulation, and then on how to enhance collaboration and implementing ESG. To achieve sustainable business. That's the objective of today discussion. Next. So closing for reason why ESG matters. First, it's about leadership. I think it's clear that leadership about the awareness also from the business, from the industry, about the commitment from the top management, because stakeholder expect business to take lead, on how the regulatory landscape evolve, Purpose that all the ESG strategy has to be included in the business strategy, not only on the financial strategy, but also we need to put also ESG measurement. I think clearly that we have to have a clear measurement to track, to track, to evaluate, also to monitor, also, and return. I think as mentioned before that that company that's showing improvement in ESG rating can outperform peers shareholder returns. That's the companies already proof about that. So last but not least, let's move towards sustainable future for sustainable business. Thank you.
Please once again give a round of applause for Bapak Lili Unggul Raharjo as President of IBCSD and also President Director of PT Solusi Bangun Indonesia. Next, we have here with us Joe Villan, Executive Director of WBCSD Asia Pacific, who will give his opening remarks on the future of sustainability and ESG in the modern world. Please welcome Joe Villan. The stage is yours.
Hi. Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon. My name's Joe. I think it's going to be easier if I hold this. Thank you, Bapa Solusi and Ibu Winda, and all of you, and those who are watching online as well. I've been asked to make some remarks about the future of sustainability and ESG in the modern world. And I wanted to start by saying that this idea of the modern world, I'm going to talk a lot about transformation, and that is scary. But there's a guy called Bertrand Piccard who flew around the world in a solar-powered plane. And he had this realization while he was doing it, that all the technology in the plane was reasonably old. It's newer than the technology we use in our energy system and in our mobility system, but it's all existing. And we talk about transformation, but really what we really need to do is just to modernize our energy system, our food system, our transport system, our built environment system. The technology exists. We've got to work together to find ways so that we can modernize our world, and maybe that's bring it up to date. Maybe that's less scary than transformation. But I'm going to speak about transformation. So we're an organization of about 230 large companies who represent all sectors and all geographies. It's a significant group. If you click, these companies together are between 20 and 25% of global emissions. So, we absolutely can have an impact. And likewise, in Indonesia, you're a growing group of businesses, and we can feel daunted by the challenges that are out there, but we absolutely can and do have an impact. What we are is a global community, a CEO-led organization of companies who work together to put in place the building blocks for transformation so that we can avert the worst effects of a climate crisis, so that we can protect and restore nature, and we can have a more equitable world. Next slide, please. So that here you can see these are the emissions for scope 1 and 2 of our members. And if you click again, this is the scope 3 emissions of our members globally. It's another click, another build, and then we'll go on to the next slide. Good, good. Out of that 230 members of WBCSD, around 50 are headquartered in this region. Also in our membership are both of the sponsors today. So the April Group, we're very proud of the association with the April Group, and Vale, strong in Indonesia, but headquartered in Brazil, are also members. So it's great to see both those organizations supporting today, and we're very proud of that association too with Vale. Just a little bit of transparency on the next slide. I just wanted to just highlight a little bit of data. So we've introduced some interactions with our members now and tracking performance, and there's a lot of exchange between our members of approaches of how to be net zero, how to be nature positive, how to be more equitable, not with anyone positioning themselves as knowing it all, but much more of a practical exchange of how companies are approaching these problems. And last year, more than half of the members in Asia Pacific improved or increased the ambition and scope of their climate commitments. I think 40% did the same on their nature commitments, and around a third made improvements in the transparency of the disclosure of their sustainability performance. So, we can see that there's progress there, and we love engaging with our members to see where they need more support, where they can go faster, where they can learn from each other. I also want to talk about our relationship with the Indonesia BCSD. This has been a relationship for 12 years. It's part of a group of 60 unique business organizations from around the world who bring together more than 6,500 companies to create a more sustainable world. WBCSD, we really operate as much as possible with global exchange and with the global policy fora and on the global agenda. And organizations like Indonesia BCSD play a crucial role at the national level, engaging businesses with the government here and on the priority issues in the country. There's lots of knowledge exchange. I think I'm really sort of excited by, for example, the work that you at IBCSD as a membership group are doing, bilaterally connecting with the Australian BCSD, on cross-border collaboration. I learned today about the collaboration with the Turkish BCSD on circular economy. I just saw that. And also, recently I've been based in in Southeast Asia for the last 12 months. Before that, I was in India, but we had a really strong collaboration with IBCSD, our Vietnam partners, Malaysia, Philippines, and Thailand, where we brought together the business community from ASEAN to help the task force for nature-related financial disclosures to do a consultation with the business community across ASEAN, make sure that we socialize the framework with the business community and that they got inputs of how to improve it. And that was a really encouraging collaboration. So I hope that you'll all think about ways to leverage this network bilaterally, multilaterally, and would welcome ideas of how WBCSD can be involved in that. We're all mission driven. We've got to prioritize, and I think there's a lot we can leverage. Anyway, next slide. I nearly went. So sustainability has gone mainstream. It is, it gets complex, it gets challenging, but really what we're talking about is something very simple. We're talking about 3 interrelated, interconnected challenges. There is a climate emergency, nature is in crisis, and we have mounting inequality. We all experience that in different ways according to what sector we're in and what geography we're in, but we all understand those are the challenges. And we know that climate is expressed in nature loss. And we know that nature loss is felt in terms of water scarcity or bad air quality. And we know that climate and nature exacerbate the affect the poor the most and exacerbate inequality. And we know that those kinds of divisions cause instability and affect growth and disrupt operations. But we also know that investing in nature can have a positive impact on people's livelihoods and can tackle climate too. So these can each make the other worse, but also you can address them. And it's really important to address them together. You know, the trends are not good in any of these. All are expected to rise this decade. Last year, there were 29 climate events that displaced tens of millions of people. We've lost 70% of nature in the last 50 years, of wildlife in the last 50 years. And there's a cost of living crisis. I don't need to explain the challenges of inequality and experience in terms of malnutrition and things like that in Indonesia. So really acute challenges, but a lot can be done. Next slide. So the result of this is that the world is pushing businesses to change. And again, according to what geography you're in, what sector you're in, you're experiencing that pressure in a different way, but you're experiencing that pressure. So whether it's coming from your consumers or your customers, whether it's coming from existing regulation or from NGOs, voluntary standards, whether your board are starting to ask questions, or journalists are asking questions, or your children are asking questions, that pressure is coming. And really that push, really the expectation now is that all businesses, the world expects you to be clear that you are working towards and have a plan for becoming net zero, for becoming nature positive and contributing to greater equity. It's as simple as that. And I've already had some good conversations today about some of the challenges with those, and they absolutely are challenging. There's no doubt on that. But there's no doubt that that's the expectancy and the urgency. And so really the only question is how. And at WBCSD, we really try to focus on how. Because, next slide, business as usual is too risky, whether that's for legal reasons or environmental reasons, physical risk or social risk. Next slide. Those are the challenges. Bapu Solisi talks about Vision 2050, which was created by our members as a positive vision of the world that we need. And it's a vision of a world by 2050 where our total population live well, their needs are met, or our needs are met, our rights are respected, our dignity is upheld, and we do that within the limits of the planet. And that positive vision has an agenda for how to get there. Next slide. And really, and now we're getting into the scary stuff, that's about transformation. And the reason it's about transformation is we have too many people and we've left it too late to do incremental change. We have to transform the systems that we use to provide us what we need today. So we need energy, we need food, we need access to water, we need financial services and products, and we need food. How we produce, distribute, and consume those has got to change, because today the way those systems operate is not compatible with us living well within the limits of the planet. So we really have to rethink whatever system we're in as a business. We have to rethink that system and what our role is in it, and how we'll be profitable in providing the services that humanity needs in a sustainable way. Next slide. At WBCSD, we think that it's useful to approach transformation with these three things in mind, and I'm going to illustrate them a little bit. Value chain transformation is really important, and later today you'll hear from my colleague Celine about how companies in the energy system are working together across value chains. If you're an energy company, you can't do it on your own. You have to work with your customers, you have to work with your suppliers, you have to work with the government. You'll also hear from my colleague Irene, who is looking at the circularity agenda and how sectors like fashion and chemicals and others can reinvent the whole material cycle to be more circular, which is essential for transformation. Actually, we really do have to work on our mindsets. my boss is an accountant, and he says accountants will save the world. WBCSD has a lot of engineers, and engineers play a critical role in creating the great efficiency in the new technologies. But also, whether it's I don't know if it's the psychiatrists or the sociologists or the artists, have a role to play as well, because we have to change ourselves to be open to thinking about change, to accepting change, um, and sort of personal development in a way. Otherwise, we're not going to be able to identify what's needed and move quickly enough. And lastly, we've got to be willing to move towards accountability. You know, none of us like it. It's part of growing up is coming to terms with that. In this sustainability space, companies, we've got to move towards accountability. And when you do that, and I know from personal experience, some of you in the room are doing that. Actually, it's very positive, but it's essential because the trust is just not there. And without trust, we can't be effective. Okay, I'll try and be quick. Next slide. Here's just to say, and we'll share the slides, but just to say, there's lots of risks to manage in climate action. There are lots and lots of benefits too. And you will know from your experience that when you get into it, there are big savings, there are new markets to access, they're great brand reputation, government access that improves and so on, and talent acquisition. Next slide. That's fine. Lots of commitments being made. You all know about the Science Based Targets Initiative. Many of you are involved. So lots is happening. That's the trajectory. But next slide. There are real problems. So once you start making commitments, you come under a lot of scrutiny. There's shifting goalposts. They're not always fit for purpose in terms of where you are sectorally, geographically. It is a challenge. You're getting a lot more scrutiny and questions from the investor community. And also as a business, you've got to integrate your climate action agenda into your performance management, your investor relations, and your capital market engagement. So there's lots of pressures. I saw the work that IBCSD is doing with WRI and CDP and others for a net zero action hub in Indonesia. And likewise, again, replicating what you're doing here, we're doing a similar thing globally with the key organizations to help make that more effective for business to operate in. Next slide. I think we all know that scope 3 is becoming a really big challenge for business. So, scope 1, it's not to say scope 1 and 2 are easy. They're absolutely not. But we can't decarbonize without our scope 3. It's a really big part of the problem, and it's the hardest bit. But next slide, that's not easy. It's very complex. Supply chains are incredibly complex. I've been learning today about how many SMEs there are in Indonesia. The idea of knowing who they are, explaining to them what's needed, then getting that data, is very, very challenging. And then we don't know when we get that data, what data to ask for, how to calculate it, and how to exchange that with other systems. Next slide. So it's a big problem. The answer in progressing on our climate targets and on scope 3 is in collaboration. There's all the answers, collaboration in your value chain, collaboration with governments, with regulators, finding new ways to de-risk investment with your suppliers or with your off-takers, working with financial institutions and with governments to get investment to fund your transition. All of it takes much better and consistent effort in collaboration, relationship building, transparency, getting the data that's needed. But there's a lot of wins there.
Right.
Next slide. Just to share with you some resources. So in our climate action program, there's a lot of support for net zero. There's something called the Climate Drive, where you can assess where you are and what actions you should be taking. There's something called the Partnership for Accelerating Carbon Transparency, which is creating the standards for Scope 3 accounting at a product level. That will be the global standard. Lots of resources for you. So if you're interested in Scope 3, please look at PACT, Partnership for Accelerating Carbon Transparency. And lastly, there's new guidance that's being developed, which it was led by our Japanese members, but it's being promoted as a global standard by the G7 for how to make credible claims for avoided emissions. So this isn't about your carbon footprint. This is for you to be able to look at future investments and make claims about different routes you could take with different technologies and the positive impact that would have on emissions. So your emissions might go up, but global emissions will go down. And on the basis of that, transition finance can, finance can be directed to your products because you can show what the future impact will be. So please, if that's important to you, check out WBCSD's avoided emissions guidance. I'm racing. I'm going to make 2 more points and then I'll finish. So next slide. Talked about mindsets. So really it's about thinking about how to be regenerative rather than incremental improvements and doing less harm, how to have a regenerative mindset and a regenerative business model. Resilience, designing our businesses to be more modular, more interoperable, and more resilient. And lastly, reinvention. You know, we're driven by capitalism to perform the way that we do, and by the capital markets to perform the way that we do. And we've got to start engaging with capital markets and reinventing some of the aspects of how companies are valued and how incentives are structured. If we're really going to have the change that we need at the pace that we need. So that's mindsets. It's crucial. And lastly, I talked about accountability. There is an accountability system for carbon. There is an accountability system for equity, but these have emerged organically, incomplete, and largely voluntary. There's a big move to standardization, simplification, and also regulation. At WBCSD, we've mapped the carbon accountability system, where it's strong and complete and where it needs to be strengthened. So it's about setting targets and the tools that are needed there. It's about having a transition plan, including commitments for capital expenditure, R&D. It's about carbon accounting, including for scope 3, and it's about disclosure using standards like ISSB and GRI. We know that. But there are elements to that need to be strengthened, and WBCSD is working with the UNFCCC to formally strengthen that carbon accounting system, along with lots of other partners, because many are involved. And as businesses, you will be held to account against this system. So be part of, shaping it, understanding it. We all want to have well-run businesses, that we don't want to greenwash. We know that we need stronger and more interoperable and common frameworks to help us to be accountable. So that's an important thing to watch. Okay, so in summary, I think there are 3 big opportunities I'd like to highlight for you. The first is really there are big opportunities in decarbonisation and accountability, and these are going to become much more high profile in the run up to the COP in November, December, and afterwards. So see the opportunities in that. Secondly, really find ways to collaborate across your value chain and work with suppliers and with customers to transform your value chain to be nature positive, more equitable, and net zero. And lastly, I think there's a strong focus on equity in Indonesia, and I would really encourage you to think about how to connect that with co-benefits on climate and nature, and articulate those and advocate those, because too often we see equity as being different from climate action and protecting nature. And what we have to do is find those solutions that contribute to them all and show how people's lives get better by tackling climate change and protecting nature. And there are many good examples. For example, April Group's work with communities to protect forests from fires is a great example of that. There are many, many others. That's just something I did 3 weeks ago. So we have many members doing great work, and there are many companies who aren't members but are in Indonesia doing great work. I've heard about some of the social enterprises working with communities in the far east of Indonesia, where they're protecting cultural heritage, they are tackling climate, and they're improving livelihoods and empowering women. Those kinds of examples need to be highlighted much more. So drive decarbonisation, accelerate value chain collaboration, and use the equity story in all that you do. If any of you are coming to the COP, please connect with us. We'll be very visible on these agendas, and we'd be very happy to include you in some of what we're doing in the COP. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Joe.
I didn't fall off the stage.
Please stay on the stage. I also would like to invite our company members who support our event today to Bapak Nyoman Iswara Yoga, Head of External Affairs and RER Communications, from April Group. Also to Bapak Suparam Bayu Aji from Vale, Indonesia. Please also come to the stage. And to Ibu Imtihana from Olah Karsa. Please come to the stage. And I also would like to invite President of IBCSD, Bapak Lili Unggul Raharjo, and Executive Director of IBCSD, Ibu Indah Budiani, to give some token of appreciation. Okay. Thank you to all our distinguished guests. You may come back to your seat. Please, once again, give a round of applause. Thank you. So, after we hear Joe talk about the ESG in the modern world, we will hear some insights from Indonesia's context, especially in strengthening the green economy effort in Indonesia. Here with us on the screen, Bapak Dida Gardera, expert staff for connectivity, service development, and natural resources, coordinating Ministry of Economic Affairs. Appointed in 2022 by the Coordinating Minister of Economic Affairs of Republic Indonesia, he is experienced in the development of economic and environmental strategies. To Bapak Dida, can you hear us well?
Yeah, very clear.
Okay, great. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause for Bapak Dida Gardera. To Bapak Dida, the screen is yours.
Yeah, thank you very much. And first of all, apologize not being in person in Jakarta. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat siang. Very good afternoon to all of you. Yang saya hormati Bapak Lilik Unggul Raharjo, Presiden IBC SD, Bu Sinta Kamdani, IBC SD Honorary Trustee, Jovelan, Executive Director for WBC ISD Asia Pacific Region, and all panelists and moderators from WBCSD and IBCSD members, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is a privilege for me to be in such a momentous panel discussion on environment, social, and governance, or ESG, beyond compliance, best practices for advancing sustainability in the modern world. My sincere appreciation to the IBCISD together with the WBCISD for convening this important event. And of course, to all of you for taking your time to share knowledge, experience, and ideas for the betterment of our economy. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, for the last more than 3 years, the COVID-19 pandemic has put pressure on us. Health, social, and livelihood are those being impacted very deeply. Trade and finance, even the environmental sector is being affected in many ways. Fortunately, due to our togetherness, now we are entering the endemic phase and fully economic activities. In the first quarter of this year, our economy has been maintained by as much as 5.03% for 6 consecutive quarters, and I believe the improvement will be continued. Other challenges still not over, such as escalation of the war in Ukraine, stickier inflation, and of course, climate change. Maintaining this momentum, however, is believed to be much more important than this is the time to transforming our economic ecosystem towards a greener and more inclusive economy. This transformation will also contribute in achieving our enhanced nationally determined contributions or NDC targets. We have ratified the Paris Agreement in 2016, and we are now committed to reduce greenhouse gases emissions in 2030 by 31.89% and up to 43.2% with international cooperation. Furthermore, we aim to be net zero emission in 2060 or sooner. We are preparing all necessary regulation and related policies and programs to get there. Green economy has been mainstream in our medium-term development planning for the year 2022 to 2024, and even up to long-term development planning Indonesia Emas 2045. The green economy is not crucial for the future of Indonesia, but for the entire world. As we confront the challenges posed by climate change and environmental degradation, embracing a green economy has become an imperative path towards sustainability and prosperity. The green economy is a transformative approach that seeks to balance economic growth with environmental conservation. It promotes a shift away from the traditional resource depleting method of production and consumption to more sustainable and eco-friendly alternatives. In essence, the green economy represents a harmonious coexistence between human development and nature's well-being. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the benefits of transitioning to a green economy are numerous and far-reaching. By promoting sustainable agricultural practices, we can protect our fertile lands and ensure food security for generations to come. Investing in renewable energy sources will reduce our carbon footprint and reduce our dependency on fossil fuel, safeguarding our environment and promoting energy independence. Moreover, a green economy brings about new opportunity for economic growth and employment. By nurturing green industry, we can stimulate innovation and create jobs in sectors such as renewable energy, ecotourism, and sustainable technology. This not only increasing our economy, but also ensure the well-being of our people and empowers local community. The Indonesian government has already taken steps in embracing the green economy through ambitious policies and regulation. We are striving to preserve our natural heritage, protect our ecosystem, and mitigate the impact of climate change. But let us not forget that it is a collective effort. Every citizen, every business, every organization has a role to play in this endeavor. This transformation will also contribute in our achieving enhanced national determined contributions. We aim to be net zero emission in 2016. And in addition, Indonesia Green Taxonomy already launched last year to reinforce phase 2 of Indonesia's sustainable finance roadmap. The Indonesian Green Taxonomy can still develop depending on technological development and climate change. The Green Taxonomy will amplify the carbonization initiatives, carbon trading, promoting electric vehicle, thus accelerating the implementation of sustainable finance in Indonesia. Moreover, we have had taxonomy for sustainable finance version 2 to support sustainable transition for ASEAN. It will contribute to the Indonesia ASEAN Championships 2023 with the theme of ASEAN Matters, Epicentrum of Growth. That promoting, for example, electric vehicle ecosystem, carbon neutral strategy, and other green economy activities. Indonesia has demonstrated a growing commitment to the green economy through various policies, regulation, and investment aimed to promoting sustainability and environmental conservation. Some of them are green energy transitions. Indonesia is actively promoting renewable energy sources such as solar and wind power. The government has set targets for increasing the share of renewable energy in the national energy mix to reduce dependency on fossil fuel. Some of the takeaways from our Indonesia G20 presidency last year, we bring program cooperation such as JETP, Just Energy Transition Partnership, and PGII, Partnership for Global Infrastructure and Investment. Circular economy particularly focus on national waste management, addressing the challenges waste management and plastic pollution. Indonesia has developed a national strategy to improve waste collection, recycling, and disposal best practices. This includes initiatives to reduce single-use plastic and increasing recycling rates. Climate fund, improving financial capacity and sustainability. Government has established Indonesia Environment Fund or Badan Pengelola Dana Lingkungan Hidup to source, manage, distribute funding through innovative financial mechanism to support projects that contribute to climate change mitigation and adaptation. They can be a partner to private sectors in fostering green economy. Promoting carbon pricing. The potential of carbon trading is very huge. For example, follow sector, forest will contribute around 300 million tons carbon dioxide equivalent per year. Peatland, more than 900 millions. Mangrove, around 40 million tons per carbon dioxide equivalent per year. Any sectors, of course, renewable energy will contribute 90 million tons carbon dioxide equivalent per year. Electric vehicle, around 12 tons carbon dioxide per year. And of course, other sectors like agriculture sectors, waste, and industrial sectors. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, not only green economy, with extensive coastlines and vast maritime territory, Indonesia holds tremendous potential of economic growth, social development, and ecological preservation towards the blue economy. We must leverage blue economy as a new growth driver in the future, so Indonesia could serve as the center of regional and global economic growth. The blue economy plays a crucial role in strengthening regional supply chains and supporting the green economy in achieving our net zero goals. Investing in sectors like maritime transport, renewable energy, enhance economic resilience and sustainability. Additionally, the blue economy is vital for ensuring future food security, and the growing population and welfare in our region will drive increased demand for food. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, embracing the green economy is not just an option, it is necessity for Indonesia's sustainable future. As we confront the pressing challenges from environmental degradation, climate change, resource depletion, transitioning to green economy become the most effective pathway to ensure the well-being of our people, protect our natural treasures, and secure long-term economic growth. In closing, I also would like to emphasize the significance of the blue economy as new growth driver of our journey in line with the mainstreaming green economy. Fully harness the potential of the green and blue economy, it is essential to adopt a comprehensive and integrated approach that considers environmental, social, and economic aspects. Policymakers should prioritize sustainable practices, responsible governance, and international cooperation to ensure the long-term success of the green and blue economy, together with the private sector and all stakeholders as an engine of growth. Finally, we wish to reaffirm Government of Indonesia commitment to work together with colleagues at IBCSD and WCSD and pave the way towards a more sustainability and inclusivity future in the Indonesia. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Bapak Dida, for a very insightful keynote speech. So, like what Bapak Dida mentioned before, that embracing green economy and also now with blue economy become imperative to achieve sustainability in Indonesia and indeed need a collective action. So, move on to our next agenda. We will have 3 panel discussions, and for the first panel discussion, it is on net zero commitment and accountability framework. So, as we know, ESG framework is not just about compliance. It's about creating long-term value, enhancing reputation, and staying ahead in this dynamic world. So today we want to gather to exchange knowledge, experiences, and best practices that will amplify sustainability in the business sectors. And for the panel discussion, we will have Q&A session. And for participant here in the room and also the participants in our Zoom platform, for the participant in the Zoom meeting, you can utilize the chat box if you have questions. And we will try to accommodate all of your questions if we have enough time. So without further ado, I'd like to welcome our first special moderator for the first panel discussion. He is Bapak Firman Darmawan, Senior Manager Corporate Sustainability and Risk Management, Medco Energy. And a little bit about him. In his role, he carries the mandate of setting up the infrastructure and coordination of the sustainability and risk management corporate agenda across the organization. And he and his team is also leading and coordinating the implementation of the corporate's climate change and energy transition strategy and aspirations towards the net zero emission. To Bapak Firman Darmawan, please welcome to the stage and lead the discussion. Please give a round of applause, everyone.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera. Peace be upon you. Thank you for the brief introduction. So I will be moderating this first session, which will discuss on net zero commitments and accountability framework. I will be joined with three distinguished speakers. First one is Céline Leguazigo, who will be joining us from online, from Geneva, from WPCSD headquarters. Céline, are you with us?
Hi, Firman. Yes, I'm here. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon, Céline. So let me allow me to introduce you, your bio, Céline. So Céline has been with WPCSE, apologies, and she is actually now leading the energy solutions deployment and basically implementing decarbonization, renewables, hydrogen, since 2023. Before that, she was the hydrogen lead at WBCSD. And Céline has also been leading projects on financing and energy transition. She, before WBCSD, she worked with Électricité de France. I hope I'm saying that right, Céline.
It's perfect. Électricité de France, yes.
Thank you. And brief of background of education. So she graduated from the University of Tampere, Finland. She has a master's from Université de Technologie de Troyes, France, yes. And also an MSc from Cranfield University in UK on applied math. Applause for Céline. Bonjour, Céline.
Thank you, Firman.
Second speaker, I would like to invite Mbak Nadine to the stage. And while she's joining me, I will introduce her. Mbak Nadine is Sustainability and ESG Manager at April Group. Yeah, she's actually not. She's quite familiar, actually, in the Indonesian public. She is Putri Indonesia. Yeah. She's Miss Earth Indonesia. Yes, 2009. Oh, wow. uh, it's like president. Once you're president, you're president. So I guess. So she's a environmental and business person and activist. Yes. So before you work with April, uh, you were an ambassador of Plastic Bag Diet Campaign. Yes, that's true. And Bagus Reusable Bag Product with Greener Generation Indonesia. And she also is a founder of Leaf Plus. Yes, long time ago as well. Environmental communications consultancy. So big applause to Mbak Nadine. Welcome. Third speaker, last but not least, I will call my neighbor to the stage. He is literally my neighbor. Please, Bayu Aji. His office is actually our building is side by side. Yes, he is head of communications at Vail. So Mas Bayu has been working with Vail for 19 years. Yeah. Oh, Fali. So Fali, I'm sorry. Apologies. Fali. And he's carried out various roles from IT head, project manager. Yeah, he's been senior manager for strategic planning, and now he's the head of communications. So he is also from Ganesha 10, ITB. Yes, graduating from informatics engineering, and then continuing to the Swedish Institute of Management in Sustainability, and also Paramadina Graduate School of Communications. So a round of applause to our speakers. So without further ado, I will begin our panel discussion. First, I will give the floor to Céline. Céline, so you're going to talk about energy system transformation and the important role of energy sources towards net zero. One of the daunting tasks as a moderator is keeping time. So I will give you 8 minutes to do your presentation. There will be some reminders of that. Please, Celine, without further ado, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I'd like to check with you if you can see the slides, maybe that I sent. Okay, I'll just. Perfect. Thank you very much. You can go to the first slide if you want. So thank you very much for having me speak today about the crucial role of energy systems transformation in achieving a net zero future and about the importance of strengthening the ecosystem for key stakeholders collaboration. The energy systems transformation entails transitioning to low carbon and energy efficient solutions. To remind the matter's urgency, the energy sector alone is responsible for approximately 70% of global greenhouse gas emissions, according to the IEA. In many countries, electricity generation significantly contributes to these emissions. Achieving net zero emissions will remain elusive unless we transform how we produce and utilize energy. But transformation goes beyond addressing emissions. It encompasses wider sustainability impacts on the energy sector. And this transformation holds the key to building a future that is not only environmentally responsible, but also economically and socially sustainable, as highlighted by Joe previously and the previous keynote speeches. So here is the good news. The transformation of energy systems is ongoing on a global scale. And I have a few examples and figures for you now. Renewable energy generation capacity increased by 9% in 2021. Asia accounted for 60% of the new capacity that same year and was the center of a massive deployment of renewable capacity again in 2022. Renewable electricity now reached roughly 30% of installed capacity worldwide in 2020, with solar and wind leading the rapid expansion of the new global capacity with a growth of 88% for the both technologies. More and more countries like Indonesia are implementing geothermal power, wind and solar projects, contributing significantly to the global deployment of renewable electricity worldwide. Also, on the downstream side of the value chain, we can appreciate the need to decouple greenhouse gas emissions from the energy use. It is crucial in the fight against climate change. So it's not only about supply, but it's also on the use of electricity. And we can see that several solutions involving electrification as a means of decarbonization are now commercially viable. We have heat pumps in buildings, and for the light industry, we have many electrical vehicles for the transport sector now. In 2022, 26 million electric cars were on the road, up by 60% relative to 21. And finally, we have seen significant progress in improving energy efficiency across sectors. It has represented 240 billion of investments so far, reducing energy consumption, lowering GHG emissions, enhancing overall energy system performance for many sectors. So the transformation is really happening, and this is really a positive signal to the world. But despite this progress, we know that we are not yet on track to meet the decarbonization goals, and that we have still several barriers to remaining to deploy solutions and to transform the system faster at scale. The first I'd like to mention is the cost of the solution and the clean energy solutions. While solar and wind have become more affordable in many regions, we know that other clean energy solutions, including storage, hydrogen, CCS, remain expensive. And these technologies face now a chicken and egg dilemma. It's costly because it's not deployed at scale, and it's not deployed at scale because it's costly. So we need to break this cycle. Another point is the need to develop robust and resilient grids to integrate renewable energy sources and to adapt to supply and demand volatility. We need stronger political decisions as well to unlock those barriers, especially to scale those clean energy solutions. We face a lack of incentives and stability in regulatory frameworks at national and regional levels to bridge the global emissions gap. Another issue is that the massive development of the production facilities and infrastructure for those new solutions have negative externalities on the environment, land use, water use, biodiversity, and we need to take these dimensions into account. It's vital. And last but not least, energy access and security have emerged as priorities for many countries. So disruptions in energy supply and the energy crisis have amplified the global community's awareness of the tensions between national safety, energy security, and climate action. Next slide, please. So we must find sustainable solutions to address those challenges effectively. And this is where businesses play a crucial role in driving the energy systems transformation. So here are 5 building blocks across the value chain that business leaders implement. They maximize the energy efficiency and shift to circular economy. So they have a focus on efficiency improvements and then embrace circular economy principles to minimize waste and optimize resource use. I know we will speak about circular economy later, so I won't develop so much here. Another aspect is to decarbonize electricity and electrify energy end use. So as I mentioned earlier, it's both on the supply and the demand side. It has to happen across the value chain. And this by phasing out unabated fossil fuels, scaling up renewables, embracing digitalization of the system, also to be more efficient, developing grids, and so on. There is a need as well to shift to sustainable fuels. We need to explore and implement sustainable fuels alternatives like fuel cell technology, biofuels, because electrification can't be implemented in every sector, especially in the hard-to-abate sector, aviation. And so this is really key to develop alternatives because we won't manage to solve all the issues with electrification. There's also a need to invest in energy storage technologies to mitigate the intermittency of renewable energy and ensure reliable and resilient energy supply. And finally, once we have implemented all those solutions to reduce the carbon emissions as much as we can, there's a need to implement and support research and development in CCS, so carbon capture and storage, because it will be a key enabler to fulfill the deep decarbonization of the industries. So we have here, yes.
Half a minute left.
Okay, I'm going to
give you
quick.
1 minute.
Okay, thanks a lot. Next slide, and the last one. These actions enable a greener world, and they are also a source of positive impacts for companies who implement them by creating business opportunities, new jobs, healthier and more equitable lives. But business can't do this alone, and business leaders must rely on key enablers. I will focus on 3 that you can see on the slide here. The first one is to implement clear roadmaps to net zero emissions. It would bring more clarity, transparency about the strategies, and this is a way to get further support and understanding from regulators and financial markets as well. So it includes climate targets, relying on the SBTi, GHG protocol, all those recommendations you can rely on to really define proper climate targets. And also disclosing climate plans is really key to bring this transparency about the strategy. So TCFD, TNFD as well, about nature. Another point is a collaboration among business within and across sectors. So again, the value chain aspect is really key to align supply and demand targets. So through collaboration, companies can overcome shared barriers, share best practices, manage risk during innovation phases, and advocate for policy changes. And last one is about finance, investors. If you bring all those elements in clear transition plans, then it will help to have a better financial conditions as well, because it will bring more trust and confidence into what we are doing. So the company that implement those plans really build trust from the finance sector and get more funding. This is demonstrated should already. And this comes with innovation, policy and regulation, and customer behaviors as well. So this is the broad picture. We have really positive signals at the moment. It's ongoing. We still have barriers, but we have the solutions. So we just now need to work together, collaborate together to make this a reality. Thank you so much.
Round of applause for Celine. Thank you, Celine. Explaining it just briefly. So energy transformation towards net zero is ongoing. Still a lot of challenges. And I'm very interested in the last point that you presented, that the importance of collaboration in doing it. Yeah. So technologies exist. Yes, it's still costly, but there are means to do it basically. Yeah. So I will turn now to our second speaker, Mbak Nadine, who will explain the net zero effort that April is doing through a natural-based solution. The floor is yours.
Great, thank you, Pak Firman. Exactly. So today I'm going to be sharing about net zero, April's net zero commitments. So that is in the context of a land-based company. If maybe Ale will share more on energy transformation, we'll be focusing on what does net zero commitments mean in the context of a land-based company, right? The forestry sector, as April is. And for us, this is very much still a learning journey. We're still learning along the way how to actually translate our commitments, our net zero commitments, into our operations. You know, while of course being informed by science and global best practices, so still a lot to learn, right? And that's why we always appreciate sharing sessions such as these. Quickly on April, maybe straight to the next slide. April is a leading producer of renewable and bio-based pulp and fiber products. So these are products that you use every day. Paper that you see in front of you, packaging, as well as also bio-based textiles such as rayon and viscose. We operate a highly efficient manufacturing or mill facility in Pangkalan Kerinci, Riau, in Sumatra. And it is also supported by state-of-the-art research and development hub, let's put it that way, by more than 200 plus science professionals. And for us, for April, investing in the science is very important because we want our decisions to be science-led or science-driven, right? Science-informed. We are a fully integrated operations or fully integrated supply chain, you may say. So we implement principles of sustainability in every part of the chain, right? So from the start in our sustainable plantation operations to our mills and processing units, all the way up to the products, implementing a framework of sustainability, efficiency, circular economy, resource efficiency, all throughout. And this is part of course, the commitment of the company. Next. So I like that Joe used the word transformation earlier because for us in April, this is very much the narrative, not only narrative, but also our reality right now, transformation. And the way that we embody transformation is through the launch of our 2030 commitments. It was launched in 2020. across these four pillars or four areas that also WBCSD and IBCSD speaks to. So all these interlinked areas of climate, nature, people, while also ensuring that we grow the business sustainably. Very quickly on these commitments, our climate positive commitment is about reducing our emissions and our climate impact, both from the land sector, our plantations, as well as our manufacturing. Thriving Landscapes is about championing production protection model, and I'll speak to that a little bit more. But basically, it's based on this principle that companies who produce from the land can also protect the land, right? And so here are commitments about biodiversity and intensification of our produce, so we don't as well increase the pressures on land and others. Inclusive progress is about empowering our people as well as becoming good neighbors to our the communities that surround us through these transformative initiatives on poverty, health, also gender equality, and also reducing stunting. And sustainable growth, as I spoke to earlier, is about circularity, diversification, and responsible production. But today's sharing, I will focus on climate positive, specifically on net zero emissions from land use, as I spoke earlier. Especially since if we remind ourselves, Indonesia's targets for NDC also relies heavily on the land sector being able to deliver on its targets, and we have a specific follow net sink commitment as well that we need to address by by also accelerating and increasing the contributions of climate mitigation from the land sector. So let's focus on that, and we'll give a few specific examples of how we are trying to operationalize that. So next. So as mentioned, we're a land-based company. So our operations really relies on our land stewardship of almost 1 million hectares of land. And you can see here the wording production protection model. What does this mean? So this is our approach, basically using the plantations as a ring around the innerscape of conservation and restoration areas. I don't have a pointer here, but if you look at the colorful biggest block of colors there, you can see that the light green, which are our plantation areas, acts as a ring or a buffer to the darker green, which is a big chunk of a restoration area that is part of our operations as well. But beyond that, this production protection model or approach also links the conservation or protection efforts to the business arm of the company. And we do that by actually having the self-imposed tax, you can almost say, of $1 per ton commitment, whereby basically every ton of wood that is delivered to our mill, we invest $1 into a conservation fund that then supports our conservation and restoration efforts. And this is part of our other one-to-one commitment, whereby every hectare of plantation, we commit to balance with 1 hectare of conservation or restoration area. And again, that's made possible by the fund that we self-impose. And so up to now, we are up to 80% of meeting that commitment, and we continue to increase or find additional areas where to fulfill our commitment, and including working with communities, helping them to protect natural forest within their villages. So this is a continuous effort, and we hope we'll get there. Continue to work on it, even finding these additional conservation areas beyond our own operating landscape. Next. So for us, when we talk about net zero from land use, a lot of it is really understanding the science, understanding the impacts of land use and the different land cover that April manages. And Joe, I heard you climbed one of these emissions towers recently with Nyoman. Great, because these emissions towers are really April's way of saying that we are committed to understanding the science and letting science inform our decisions about setting the emissions factors, the baselines, and the targets. So we have 4 of these towers in different land cover types. On peatland, on mineral soil, and our plantations, in the natural ecosystems. So we can really measure the greenhouse gas dynamics across these different land types. And what's interesting is not the tower, but of course the equipment, because the equipment is high technology, where basically every 30 minutes we get a new data set of greenhouse gas across these different land types. So we have that that temporal specificity, but also the spatial, because it also covers 200 hectares around the towers. And this is really a key component of our approach as we learn about the science behind this. Next. One other, I know I'm out of time, but last kind of example of some of the efforts going into our net zero from land use target is this flagship restoration area. If you hear of April, you might already heard of this initiative as well. But we like to speak about it because there's a lot of investment and time and energy going into this restoration site, which is a public-private partnership to restore semi-degraded peatland area in the Kampar Peninsula, so over 150 hectares. And initially, this was set up not to be primarily to protect the long-term value of restoration and ecosystems there. And also part of the management approach is to work with the local communities on sustainable fisheries and wildlife protection. And this was the initial objective. Only recently did we consider developing a carbon project out of this, because obviously for us, this area provides more value, not just carbon, but of course, like the community, social livelihoods for the communities, but also obviously the biodiversity values that are amazing in this location. So this will be a part of our achieving net zero emissions, pending also clarity in the policies from the government and how to position such a let's say such an effort in the overall net zero from land use. So we'll be watching that space closely. But I think that's it. I'll stop here, and then we'll be looking forward to the discussion and questions later. Thank you.
Thank you, Manandine. Let's give applause. So some keywords that I get from your presentation. So transformation for April means 2030. Yes, climate positive. Yeah. I like the terminology, like climate positive. We always talk about net zero, right? And there's not enough about climate positive. And that's actually key to achieve net zero. The one-to-one commitment. Yeah, I hope we can have a further discussion on that. And what I also like is that the social aspect of it, similar to Celine, that she mentioned, that energy transition also needs to talk about not only the environment, but also the social aspect of that. Yes. So thank you. So I will turn to our last speaker, Mas Bayu. He will talk about how the mining industry approach the net zero. Yeah, and we are from the same industry, mining,
Right.
which now is not. There's somebody who told me that we are not an unloved. We are an unloved sector at this point. So because of what we do. So let's hear from you, Mas Bayu, about what Valley is doing on energy.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Mas Firman. Thank you very much for this opportunity. So from PT Vale, we really love to be in this discussion, learning together. So we will bring up about how sustainable mining contribute to the global energy transitions. Can you go to the next slide? So if we talk about the energy transitions, we cannot move ourselves from electric vehicles, right? Because it is one of the major driver. And you can see if we're talking about the electric vehicles, we talk about battery. When we talk about battery, we also can talk about nickel, because for every one ICE, internal combustion vehicle, actually need around 1 to 2 kilogram of nickel. But when we talk about electric vehicles, the battery of the electric vehicle, it needs around, for one vehicles, 40 to 60 kilogram of nickel. So need a lot of nickels. So that's why this is the one that we would like to convey. The low carbon mining is very important for the electric vehicle on the energy transitions, because we cannot put a big carbon from one side during the mining and then getting into the solutions for the electric vehicle. That's why for PT Vale, this is very important. We already declare in our COP26 that we can going to reach net zero in 2050. That's the one that we looking forward. And then at Hanover Messi also, our CEO already mentioned that actually PT Vale contribute around 3% of the global nickel in the world. Yeah. So this is the one that we would like to encourage every industries. Actually, there is no futures without mining, and there will be no mining without thinking about the future. So we need to take care about the sustainable mining. Next slide. So if we see where we are right now, we are currently the lowest carbon intensity of nickel industry in Indonesia. Currently, we operate in Sorowako with around 29.5 ton carbon emission per ton nickel that we produce. This is already the lowest in Indonesia. And in 2022, in our report, we already mentioned that we already reduced around 330,000 ton of nickels from the overall of our operations. Can you go next? This is some of the example, the one that we did. 100% of our energy requirement actually already coming from the hydro. So 100% already renewable. But beside that, there's still other things that we need to manage, which is the heavy equipment, still use the diesel, and then our part of our process also, our kiln still use the coal. So that's the homework that we are going to manage. This need a lot of commitments, because beside from the current operation also, we want to proceed with the next project in Central Sulawesi. You can see below, our project in Central Sulawesi will be the second lowest nickel carbon emitter in Indonesia, because we will use LNG instead of other industry that using the coal. So that also one of the major commitment that we make. Next slide. So this is the roadmap. How we are going to achieve the net zero by 2020. With actually we thinking about having potential of net positive in 2050. With our target, actually in 2030, we want to reduce absolute greenhouse gas emissions around 33%. And this is the progress so far. You can see our baseline from 2.02 million ton. By the end of 2022, we already reduced around 12%. So we're in the good shape toward our target in 2030. So there are two routes that actually we pursue. First one, the technological route. So what we are doing there is actually we're going to shift the energy source that previously some of our operations still using coal. We want to shift that coal into LNG. So that's being studied right now, in progress. And then we want to change our equipment, our heavy equipment. Now we already test the electric heavy truck already on site right now. So we still testing that, and we will convert the whole fleet of truck in the future with the electric truck. And then we also do some efficiency in our hydro dam, efficiency in our smelter to reduce the energy. So all coming from the technological route. But of course, in the mining industry, we cannot achieve zero emission directly. So that's why we pursue the second route, which is in the mining and reclamations. So what we did is actually we do more sustainable mining. We plant tree quite big in our area, and then we do reclamation and post mining rehabilitations. We do a major biodiversity program, and also we do reforestation beyond our operation, yeah, beyond boundaries. So that's the one that we also did. So this is our progress so far. Next slide. So beside those the one that I mentioned, this is the one that more on the mining and reclamations. So you can see we already planted tree more than 4 millions in our areas, and then we also plant around 10,000 of hectares of area beyond our mining areas, yeah, beyond our boundaries. So that's the one that we did. So even during the visit of Jokowi by the end of March, Jokowi already mentioned that actually after he see how we operate, how we manage the environment, how we do the reforestation and rehabilitations, Jokowi mentioned that he would like other mining company to actually copy the way we did managing the environment and also the reclamations. And the other sample that I would like to share here is actually the way we manage the water. So we implement what is called lamella gravity settler. So actually this is the first in mining, Mas Firman. Usually mining use other technology. This is actually the one that used by PAM, ya, the water treatment company, because the treatment water that actually coming from our side, the quality is almost like the drinking water because of this technology. Yeah, that's why after this 54 years of operation in Sorowako, we can see the lake is still very pristine there. Even the TSS is actually lower than the drinking water itself. So that's some of the sample that we manage. Hopefully, can sparkle discussions later on. Yeah. Thank you. That's from PT Valley.
Thank you. Thank you, Mas Bayu, for, I think it's heartwarming to hear what PT Valley is doing, especially in the controversies around nickel mining now. Yeah. A lot of social controversies, but I think Valley is one of the shining example of sustainable mining. So, all right, maybe a round of applause for the speakers before we move to the next session. I myself have a lot of questions actually, but I will give the floor to ask our panelists. Please state your name and company, and perhaps also state where the question is addressed to. No questions? Is that so clear? Oh, please, Pak Lili, go ahead.
Thank you. My question is addressed to Celine. Celine, can you hear me?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. I'm Lili Kungul from IBCSD and also from cement industry. I see your presentation about the energy transformation. Yeah. One of that is about the carbon capture and about the grid integration. Yeah. So about solar panel, if I'm not wrong. Yeah. About the carbon capture, as you aware that what we are doing now, mostly in Indonesia, about the energy transformation is shifting from fossil fuel to alternative fuel, yeah, and then energy optimization, efficiency, and then risk optimization. But we aware, yeah, that by doing this initiative, I think what we can have by 2030 is choosing around 30% or something like that. Yeah, to go to really net zero emission, yeah, by 2050 or 60. Yeah, I think no other choice that we should introduce technology like carbon capture. But as I understand, probably I'm wrong. Please give us the update about the development of carbon capture in the world, because just seeing the carbon capture pilot project in Japan that truly in cement, one of cement industry, actually what they can capture is only even below than 0.005%. Yeah, very low, very low, and that's also very costly. Yeah, very expensive. Yeah. And the good thing is, most of the pilot project of carbon capture in other countries supported by the government. Yeah. So I'd like to know the development in other country, yeah, about the technology and also about the financing. Thank you.
Thank you
Please
for
go
your
ahead, Celine.
question, which is a really good question that we are working on now for 1 year at WPCSG. There is CCS are not new technologies, so it has been developed for many years now. But there are many different technologies that are emerging. They are really expensive and they are quite complex, in fact, to implement in the existing ecosystem, infrastructure and facilities that we have. So what we have done so far is really to raise awareness about the different technologies, their risks and opportunities, where to develop them. And we still have this issue of how we need to scale those solutions. Also, this is why it remains expensive at the moment. What we are facing also is CCS are really controversial because you have this message that people will continue to emit and use CCSR and that the transformation won't be complete, to become net zero. So we are trying to build really a narrative to explain how CCSR should be implemented along the journey. And that's why I mentioned earlier that the reduction of emissions has to be implemented first with a different solution that I mentioned, where it makes sense, depending on where you're located, your activities, your customers and everything. And then all those technologies about CCS and removals will be implemented after that, where we can't really manage to reduce down to zero. So at the moment, there are many solutions, and I'm really not really the best place to explain all the different, direct air capture and geological storage and everything. But what we hear is that we need to support companies, investors to understand what makes sense and where. And this will help really to address this topic of CCSR, to be sure that it is understood as a tool to complete other reductions measure. And we hope that with this better understanding of the solution and the diminution of the costs, it will become a solution that can be developed in many sectors that will need this kind of solution. So at the moment, we can see different projects, but we still need a lot of awareness and understanding about those technologies.
I hope the answers, Pak Lily. Correct. Thank you, Celine, for the response. Next question, the gentleman there in the black batik, and then another question, colleague there. I hope to give a chance also for our online.
Okay, thank you very much.
Let's go ahead. Can you make it brief?
Okay, my name is Anton. I'm from Mine ID, Mining Industry Indonesia. So I have a question for Pak Bayu. Pak, as we know, Vale is part of ICFM. So what do you think is the impact of becoming membership of ICFM for Vale Indonesia as well? And the second one is how Vale is calculate the emission for the scope 1, scope 2, and scope 3. Is it manual or already with like an advanced system? Thank you.
Okay. Okay, okay. Thank you, Mas, for the questions. So the first one, yeah, we are actually member of ICMM, together with Vale from Global. As similar as mentioned, also from WBCSD, right? We are member actually also with the Global Vale. So this is actually affecting us because the standard that we use actually refer to that global standard. And that's why actually when we operate for this 54 years, yeah, we managed to conduct sustainable mining. That's why the big sample is our lake. 54 years is still retained, right? Still pristine. It's not polluted. And then the air quality, if you go to Sorowako also, you still can breathe very, very fresh air because our emission also maintained very well. So that's based on the standard that we adopt from global, which is actually also related with the ICMM. That's the first one. The second one about the emissions. The way we measure, we have the team that calculate the whole of emissions. Yeah, it is from scope 1 and scope 2. Some of it are using a system because in our plant we have a control system that calculate the numbers of those emissions. We have IoT also installed in some of the areas. Of course, we use those technology, and then after that, the whole data being calculated and then also validated. Yeah, because in our sustainability report, we also have the third-party assurance that asks how we measure, and then they also see our data, how we calculate that to ensure that the calculation is right. Yeah. So that's the one that we did. And then in the future, we also collaborate with IBCSD as part of the Net Zero Hub. We will use the science-based target. Yeah. So that's the learning that we also have beside the one that we already conducted. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Bayu. Next question from the lady, maybe from the last audience, maybe the last question.
Okay, good afternoon all. My name is Helena Risti from GRP, Gunung Raja Paksi. And this question is for Bu Nadine. Okay, so what challenges did you encounter when supporting this initiative, such as climate positive, as you mentioned, and also as Bu Nadine and also Pak Bayu is coming from a different sector, I also would like to ask this question for Pak Bayu. What challenges did you encounter when supporting this initiative? Thank you.
So many. um, from different ways, but I like to start first when talking about implementation, um, really thinking about the internal scape of the company, because I think we like to talk about E and S, but sometimes forget about the G part in ESG. Definitely for April, the governance is really important in making sure we actually implement and operationalize our commitments, and that stems all the way from having clear leadership buy-in and direction, as well as I think what works for us, and we're obviously still learning along the way for our April 2030 targets, is really then translating these big targets into operational level KPIs and responsibilities. And that in itself is a humongous undertaking, because this we're talking about shifting mindsets, as Joe was talking about, how we manage data and who is responsible. Pat Lili also talked to this in his presentation. Are there incentives tied to these KPIs at the different business unit level? And it is a change management happening, right? That needs to be in place. And we sometimes forget about this as we're setting commitments, following global frameworks. But what type of investment are we putting into our own people and our own capabilities to actually be able to respond to these challenges and implement them at the operational level? So, although we could talk about policies, the changing frameworks and changing goalposts at a global level, I feel that we also need to look inwards and address the challenges inside out as well. So I'd like to specifically point that out.
Okay. So from PT Valley, thank you Mbak Alena for the questions ya. The key challenge is alignment among the stakeholders. Because when we going to implement sustainability initiative, usually it takes a lot of resources, which is you need a lot of budget, you need people. So this alignment among stakeholders is very key. One of the samples, we are among the lowest carbon emitters, right, for nickels. It is because of our hydro dam. Building hydro dam take a lot of investment upfront. But after 20 years, we realized that actually we are becoming, beside the lowest carbon emitters, we also become the lowest cost nickel producer in Indonesia because of the hydro dam. So alignment among the stakeholders is very key. Second one, when we proceed with the project in Central Sulawesi, we will use LNG. LNG also take a lot of costs beside coal. Our project actually raised the capital around 300 million US dollar. If there's no alignment between the stakeholders, yeah, they did not agree with the project, it's not running. So the key things is that alignment to ensure that our stakeholders actually know value of the sustainability initiative, so it can goes. So the keys from us, yeah, when we make decisions, yeah, in Vale, we already account the cost of carbon as part of our business case. So that's why when we calculate, of course, this is much higher. But if we calculate that carbon cost, it's not that higher. So we should include that in our decision. So that's the key. Thank you.
Thank you, Nadine and Mas Bayu. I would like to take one question from the online audience. Is that I know that we're running out of time, but if I can have 5 minutes? No question. Oh, it's so clear. Okay. So thank you for the panelists. Let's give a closing round of applause to the speakers. Thank you so much. But I would like to ask for just 2 minutes, maybe 2, 3 minutes, to ask the speakers to give a punching line for closing. Yeah, maybe 1, 2 sentences to the audience. Maybe starting with Mas Bayu.
Okay. So I'm quoting the one from Spider-Man, yeah. With great powers come great responsibility. So we as a corporations, we can have a big resources. So that's why when we make that commitment, we can leverage it and we can implement. Thank you.
Nadine?
Don't forget the land sector and how important it is, because obviously through the energy transformation, definitely important. But I think we need to remember that when we're talking about carbon capture and carbon storage, there's already a wonderful technology that's already available to us, which are the forests. And I think also just remembering that firstly needs protection, and their financing and efforts still needed on that front as well. Thank you.
Celine, can you give your closing statement?
Transforming the energy systems can't wait. So we have the solutions. You have, as businesses, the power to and the lead to make the difference. So act now and make it a reality.
Thank you. Thank you, Celine, for the closing statement. So, ladies and gentlemen, so that concludes our panel discussion, the first one for today. Thank you again for our distinguished speaker and also the audience for being with us and paying attention, and also the interactive questions you have raised. So thank you. I will return to the MC. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Firman. And please stay on the stage because we will take some pictures. And while we're on that, just for information that we have coffee break just outside the room if you want to have some coffees and cakes. Okay, for the photo section, for the photo session, please. Okay, thank you, and you may come back to your seat. We will continue with the second panel discussion on unlocking circular potential in meeting the minimum environmental footprint while building future-proof business. Similar to the first session, we will have Q&A session, so please prepare the question if you have any. And for the second panel discussion, we will have Ibu Maria Dian Nurani, ISSP General Secretary, as our moderator. She is a sustainability management expert with nearly 30 years of experience, and she is the only Indonesian who has obtained the highest level of sustainability professional credential from the International Society of Sustainability Professional, or ISSP, and the Green Business Certification Incorporated, or GBCI. All right. I will invite Ibu Maria Dian Nurani to come to the stage and lead the discussion. Please give a round of applause for Ibu Maria.
Okay, thank you for introducing me. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Semoga semua sehat ya. Okay, so welcome to the panel discussion 2. In this session, we will discuss about circular economy in business sector. And I'm so excited with this session because also this is the second event on circular economy I attended today. So after this, I still have to meet UNDP, UNITAR, and UNPITS discussing about the upcoming workshop on circular economy for food and beverage. And this morning, I just attended the kick-off meeting for the development of national roadmap and national action plan for circular economy, held by the Bappenas and UNDP and attended by related ministries and institutional. So for the next couple of months, I will be humbly leading a team of experts that help government to formulate this national roadmap. So it's very important at this session for me to hear from the business side, because from insight I get from the government this morning, there's a lot of significant progress from government side. So I'd like to, I think we right now will hear from the business side. And I'm glad that I will meet my two favorite companies that already implement this circular economy in business. So without further ado, I will invite the speakers. So we have three distinguished speakers. First is Irene Martinetti, the manager of circular economy from WBCSD. Hi, Irene. Are you here?
Hello, hi.
Hi. I can hear
Hello,
your
hi, hi.
voice.
Okay,
Okay.
fantastic.
Okay. Okay, and then the second speaker is Bapak Firman Nur Gavi, right? please come to the stage. And then Bapak Upoyo Prakoso. Bapak Firman Nur Kafi is Head of Public Segment PT Signify Indonesia. And Bapak Upoyo Prakoso is the Corporate Environment and Sustainability Head from PT Solusi Bangun Indonesia Tbk, formerly we known as PT Holcim Indonesia Tbk. Welcome, Bapak. Okay, so okay, before we hear from them, I'll read their biodata. So Irene Martinetti leads the Circular Transition Indicators project within WBCSD's Circular Product and Materials Pathways. She joined WBSD in 2017 and support the development of the CTI framework and its adoption by business gradually. Yeah, and she's a graduate from the School of International and Public Affairs at Columbia University. Okay, and then Bapak Firman Nurgafi has dedicated his career at Signify, previously known as Philip Lighting, yeah, currently serving as the head of public segment at Signify Indonesia, and he possesses broad expertise in key account management and self-management within the electrical and electronic industry. He holds a master degree in business administration from Universitas Trisakti. Yeah, okay. And then Bapak Upoyo Prakoso has worked in the cement industry for more than 25 years, so long, in various positions, including production division, structuring of environmental control system, and occupational health and safety, development of alternative fuels and material business, and is currently responsible for system management, environment, and corporate sustainability strategy. Yeah. Okay, and Pak Upoyo is a Bachelor of Chemical Engineering from Institut Teknologi 10 November Surabaya, and Master of Business Administration for Swiss German University and University of Applied Science Germany. Okay, so for the first round, we'd like to invite Irene to present your concern. So you will have 8 minutes, Irene. So the time is yours.
Thank you. Thank you. Hello, everybody. And really delighted to be here with you today. Thank you to IBCSD for the invitation. My name is Irene. As mentioned, I'm leading the Circular Transition Indicators work at WBCSD. And very much part of the circular products and materials. Really delighted to talk about unlocking circular potentials. However, we know that we still live very much in an economy that it's not circular quite yet. We take materials from Earth, we make products from them, and eventually we throw them away as waste. We actually throw away about 99% of everything that we buy within 6 months. It's a really quite staggering number there that we can certainly improve. In contrast, in a circular economy, we stop waste and pollution from being produced in the first place. We circulate products and materials, mainly through better designs and also business models that can extend products' lifetimes and also generate opportunities to create value, but also to retain value that we lose so quickly at this point in this linear economy that we are still relying on. And as a third element that's very important also as part of a circular economy is that we ensure that nature is regenerated and can thrive long term so that we can sustain that growing global population within the planetary boundaries going forward. In fact, today with the linear economic model, we smash through almost all the planet's safe environmental limits. 5 of the 9 key planetary boundaries that measure environmental health across land, water, and air have been broken. Many countries already lived beyond their means. I come from Switzerland. We would need 2.6 Earths to sustain our living standards if everyone in the planet was living as we do. And therefore, we must transform every element of this take-make-waste system in terms of the way we manage resources, but also the way we make and use products, and what we do also with the materials afterwards, so that we can create that thriving economy that can benefit everyone within limits of the planet. Now, we know from a number of studies already that a circular economy can help tackle critical global challenges such as climate change, biodiversity loss, and rising inequality as well. And in particular, we know that much of GHG emissions are due to the way that we produce materials and we use them across their lives. We can, in fact, reduce global GHG emissions by 40% through circular economy solutions alone. And these are very much linked to the way we extract resources, but also critically to the way we recirculate resources. And therefore, companies can observe real improvements and benefits in terms of the Scope 3 emissions as they shift from linear or using virgin resources to using those secondary resources through recycled content, but also reusing entire products for multiple lives. We also know that resource extraction has a huge impact on biodiversity loss. We've been observing extreme biodiversity loss in the last 10 years, rather 20 years really. We know, however, that circular economy solutions through specific sectors that are high impact, such as food and agriculture, but also, for example, textile and fashion, built environment, mobility, can help us reduce, actually halt and reverse biodiversity loss and bring it back to 2000 level very quickly, actually. We also know that the circular economy represents an important economic opportunity. We've seen many studies until now that quantify that opportunity. The most staggering one is a study by Accenture that talks about 4.5 trillion USD in economic value. And therefore, much that companies can tap into to create that value that can sustain long-term growth while reducing dependence from virgin resource. We also know that this opportunities are not being really tapped into yet. And there are a number of challenges in the next slide that are still preventing businesses worldwide to make that transition. There are challenges that are relevant or rather grouped into, I would say, 3 main topics. And one topic is evolving accountability frameworks, accountability and performance frameworks. That is still not quite there in terms of holding companies to account, but also helping companies show the efforts that they're making and attract those critical investments that we need to make the changes that we need to make from a manufacturing perspective, from a design perspective, but also from a business models perspective. We have a challenge around policy. There are difficulties today in ensuring that goods that are classified very quickly as waste can actually be used in other uses, and also looking at addressing some of those systemic disparities that we see between regions. We see that the global north has much higher circulation of resources than the global south, and therefore there's much to do from a policy perspective to put in place those means that will help us address digitalization, trade infrastructure, but also industrial innovation gaps from global north and global south. And then there's a third challenge, which is extremely relevant as well. And Nadine from April also mentioned this just in the session before about the change management. And that has to do with this inside out type of change that comes with upskilling of workers so that across a company we can achieve that change that we need. With that, the accountability frameworks is an important aspect. The challenges there are standardized KPIs that are still developing, and also access to data, which is extremely challenging for the circularity aspect. We need to access data upstream and downstream in order to understand where the materials that we use are coming from and how we can increment those circular feedstock that we want to use more, and also that downstream, what happens to our products, what is the end of life of the products that we design and we put on markets. It's an extremely challenging aspect there that needs to be worked on. My last slide is looking at some of the solutions that we are exploring at WBCSD. And the focus with the member companies of WBCSD and really the ecosystem that we reach out to through business councils globally is to build these strong accountability and performance systems for circularity. That is very much facilitated by work that we've been doing for a number of years now in developing strong metrics that help companies identify opportunities for change, but also identify impact that changing to more circular approaches would have on the environment. And moving forward, we're also looking at social impact as well as an important aspect that has been mentioned also in the session before. That is through the circular transition indicators, and these indicators are now widely adopted across many different sectors, are aligned with principles of circularity, and help companies understand their impact and gain benefits, and the benefits that they gain. We also are focusing on sector roadmaps, action plans that we can build together with key sectors such as fashion, but also chemicals, electronics. We are focusing in particular also on disclosure with a piece, an important focus on plastic pollution, and helping companies develop standards to disclose their use of plastic and shifting away from plastic use as well. And then the final piece, which is bringing everything together. It's what we call today the Global Circularity Protocol that focuses beyond these accountability systems and disclosure also on policy and bringing forward that crucial policies that will help us essentially develop those international protocols that we need to enable and facilitate the trade exchange of resources and secondary resources especially, and reduce waste therefore and increase resource efficiency. I will stop here as I see that my time is up, and very happy to answer any questions that you might have. I'll put in the chat a link to the circular transition indicators, which is a very mature piece that we have that companies are welcoming and using extensively, and happy to also hear what the rest of the speakers will be telling us and comment upon that as well later. Thank you.
Thank you, Irene. So from her presentation, we can learn that the circular economy actually have benefit more than linear economy, not only for environment but also for the economic and society. And there's a use of challenge for business to implement. So I'd like then to give my mic to Pagavi to explain. Do you have also the same challenge and how you overcome it? Okay, over to you.
So do the presentation. Yeah, okay. Okay, thank you for the opportunity. I'm Gavi from Signify. For this opportunity, I will talk about the circular economy with the circular lighting, how the lighting can possible to contribute in circular economy. So next. So our company is Signify, well known as Philips Lighting. Previously, we are number one in connected and LED and conventional lighting in worldwide, and our sales revenue in 2022 is around the 7.5 billion euro. We operate with the 35,000 employee around the globe over the 70 countries, and we also 100% carbon neutral in operation. Next. So we are also invest or sales reinvest in R&D in 2022 around the 3.9%, and all LED, as we know, that contribute to the environment with the carbon reduction. The LED contributed 80% in our sales in 2022, and we also have a 20% sales revenue contribute in circular revenue in 2022. Okay, next. Our purpose is to unlock the extraordinary potential of lighting for a brighter life and better world. Next. As contribute how we implemented and contribute in better life and better world is for the climate change, for the product development. We also implemented the renewable energy to have an impact in climate action. And then for circular economy that we will discuss today. So we also developing and R&D developing the 3D lighting, so it will be contribute to circular economic as well. So for food availability, safety and security, health and well-being, we have also dedicate all our R&D to develop and have a solution for the food and agriculture industry. So lighting can change how we grow the agriculture. And then for the health and well-being, we also implemented the indoor solution. So it will be change our natural light as a sun. So we demonstrate sun as we see in outdoor, but implemented in indoor area. So we also have a great place to work, increase the woman leader in our companies. Next. This is our growth area for sustainability. So for the climate exchange, like I said, so the renewable energy is suitable for our solution for the have an impact to the climate action. So the other is using the LED, LEDification. Yeah, it will be contribute 60% more reduction for the energy consumption in building area. So for the circular economy, we also developing the 3D model. We are the first 3D lighting company who implemented the 3D model in a large scale or industrial scale. Food availability, we also have a solution how the farmers have increased their food with the lighting, or lighting can be contribute in sustainability way, and how food can bring our in the real impact to our society. So for the safety and security, we have a developing also for the connected lighting, not only for the business but also for the consumer market. So and the health and well-being, lighting can more natural as a sun in indoor lighting. So next. For the 3D printing luminaire, actually for the tailored and sustainable. So this is 3D. We aim that the luminaire can be tailored, so we can design, and then the process of the luminaire production itself is purely can be sustainable and then circular. So please also enjoy the video for the explanation about the 3D. Okay, we have a facility for the 3D printing luminaire in Taman Tekno Industrial Estate, Tangerang, Indonesia. So this is our factory. So implemented the 3D machine to produce lighting feature in industrial scale. So next. Yeah. Signify is contribute through the 3D printed luminaire to protect the environment. This is the flow, or the uh, working of the circular economy. So for the circular lighting, so the material extruding the polycarbonate material has 22% lower impact, and we have a can be lower 35% weight component compared to the aluminum luminaire as usual. Then the production itself, the 3D printing production has 73% lower carbon footprint. So if we produce the 3D product, or 3D lighting, it will be 70% lower carbon footprint than we produce the conventional lighting. So then the transportation, the holistic, this is 35% weight reduction, reduce the carbon emission by 25%. So if we produce the 3D, is a weight is less than 30% compared to the conventional or the aluminum luminaire. So installation, as we see the video, it can be custom or tailor made. This very fit or suitable to application that will be impact to our product, and installation very easy and not much waste that produced from the product itself. So the 3D printing luminaire are among the most energy efficient. Yeah, basically we in 3D model we also embed the technology of LED and then connected LED lighting as well. So reuse, when the polycarbonate is recycled 100%, it's generate up to 6% CO2 for the impact the compared to polycarbonate production. So the material can be reusable, and then we can produce the material to the filament to produce the 3D model again. This is holistic, the uh, uh, contribution for the uh, circular lighting, not only for the product, not only for the, but impact to all, including the production, including the transportation, including the waste of installation, and then the material can be reused for the new product again. So I think that's all for me. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Agavi. So it's very inspiring. Yeah, I heard that Philip also now not selling a lamp again, but light. Is it true? Is it the same or another another project?
This model,
Okay, another. Okay, so
this model, we also offering the like as a service as well.
okay, so we can discuss bit later after this discussion. Okay, and then Pak Utoyo.
Thank you, Bu. So we'll try to explain about the circular economy in company, yeah, within 3 slides, yeah. So basically, SBI Solusi Bangun Indonesia is part of the Semen Indonesia Group. Semen group company belongs to Indonesia government. So to address these global complex challenges and also the SDG challenges, we have sustainability goals and sustainability strategy 2025-2030, which is climate and circular economy pillar, water and nature pillar, and then sustainability solutions, and then employee and community. So related to this circular economy discussion, so we will focus on the climate and circular economy one. So basically, our company have like a target to reduce 29% of the net specific CO2 baseline in 2010 in 2030. So we will reduce our footprint from 685 to become 487 kilogram CO2 ton of the cement product. So how to achieve this? So we will have a target to replace the coal, the fossil fuel, by the alternative fuel. Later on, I will explain 25%. So we will replace our conventional fuel, which is fossil fuel, with the 25%, which is from biomass, from suitable industrial waste, and also from the municipal sorted waste. So we will also have a target to utilize more than 1.5 million tons of waste as our alternative fuel and alternative raw material. So next, move to another slide. So this is the explanation about how the cement industry can reduce the CO2. If we see at the first slide, there is like from AIA, there is like some mitigation lever. The conventional one is yeah, thermal energy efficiency, and then the second is fuel switching, and then the third is like reduction of clinker factor, and then the fourth, the biggest one is carbon and capture utilizations. As we know that Pak Lili already mentioned before that actually to achieve, as we see in the graph, yeah, after 2030, there is a limit on this low-hanging fruit, which is thermal energy efficiency, which is alternative fuel, and also from the reduction of clinker factor. And then the rest is carbon capture that to achieve the net zero. Let's see focus on this fuel switching, which is can reduce about 12% of our footprint. So if we see at the second graph, we can see that actually, hopefully it can be seen here. The coal have like a fuel CO2 factor the highest, yeah. From 1 gigajoule of the coal, it will emit about 96 kilogram CO2 per gigajoule. So you can see the tire less, and then the industrial less, and then the impregnated sodas less, and then the RDF from the sorted municipal waste, it has about 75 kilogram CO2 per gigajoule. And then the neutral one is biomass. So if we use biomass as our alternative fuel, such as rice, sawdust, and then according to IPCC, it will be claimed as zero or natural fuel. So back to this graph in the below, we can see that according to IPCC, CDM, UNFCCC methodology, if the company use the alternative fuel from the sorted municipal waste, usually waste come to this landfill facility. And then if the waste, domestic waste come to the landfill facility, it will spoil. And then it will spoil or rotten, it will emit methane gas. Yeah. As we know that methane gas contain about global warming potential about 21 times of the CO2. So 1 ton of the methane gas will emit about 21 ton CO2. By utilizing this alternative fuel instead of dumping to the landfill, so the cement industry or maybe the high intensive energy industry can make methane avoidance. Yeah. So by using this directly to the facility of processing RDF, it will avoid the methane gas come from the landfill from the rotten organic waste. And then we have like a sample. We have a pilot project in Cilacap. We already utilize about 160 ton per day of municipal waste. Fresh waste come to the RDF facility. So the municipal sorted municipal waste must be processed first before can be used in the cement industry or another industry as an alternative fuel. So basically, it will be shredded, it will be bio drying, and then it will be uh, transport to the, and then it will be dried. Yeah, it will dried by the bio drying, and then transfer to the cement industry. So just recently, the DKI Jakarta already inaugurated the RDF plant in the Bantar Gebang, and SBI Solusi Bank Indonesia is also one of the off-taker. Our CEO already signed this off-taker agreement as to take the RDF. So basically, CO2 saving from cement, yeah, basically is about 1.26 tons CO2 from this cement industry itself, and then 0.26 tons from the cement itself, because the CO2 content of RDF is less, and then from the methane avoidance about 0.67. So basically, by utilizing 1 ton of the RDF, we can reduce about 0.93 ton of the CO2. So I think it's quite significant, yeah. By utilizing this RDF, we can saving about 0.93 ton of CO2. And then next slide, I think the last slide. So basically, lesson learned on the more sorted municipal waste is like, we know the culture of segregation waste at our source in Indonesia is difficult, yeah. So every waste is mixed up together, yeah. So I think the technology of bio drying is suitable as our experience in the Cilacap case. But this facility need like investment, like some people who can operate this. So this is the challenging. So it needs like capex and opex, which is without financial support from another agency, it will certainly be challenging. So the cement company itself, they need like infrastructure to fit the waste, to fit the RDF into the facility, because the first design is, of course, it is for the coal or for the fossil fuel. And then also the recommendation, actually in Indonesia, there is about 60 million ton of the waste generated. So if we can utilize about maybe about 10%, let's say about 6 million as alternative fuel for the maybe high intensive industry, energy, for example, power plant, and also maybe for valley and other cement industry, I think it will be very potential get a lower carbon footprint for Indonesian, because the saving of that. And also actually, of course, we have to respect these reduce, recycle, reuse, yeah, recover, and then the last option is landfill, yeah, landfill or incinerations. So I think this is my point, that actually by utilizing the sorted municipal waste, we can contribute either for the company and then for the society, for the environment, and also support for the government to make a better utilization or better management of the sorted municipal waste, municipal sorted waste. Thank you.
Big applause. Okay, amazing, Pak Utoyo. It's interesting that you define circular economy as solid waste, yeah, because I can see from other things, and with we know that there's some debates on the definition of circular economy actually, and for one definition, people say that circular economy is about solid waste management, but for the other definition is more than that. And if we discuss based on other definition, I think the sustainable solution and water and nature also circular economy. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, I open a discussion now. We have 15 minutes. Oh no, we only have 9. Okay, is there any question? Somebody? Is it good to be true? Is it too difficult to ask? Too far away? Okay. From the online? No question yet? Okay, so I'd like to ask them. Um, how difficult is it actually to start? Is it uh, because both of company is international company? Bangun Solusi also start from Holcim, right? Is it related with that? And also for Irene, WBSD also have project, yeah, as you mentioned at the last session of the presentation. Would you kindly share about the I don't know kind of status, because we'd like to have a benchmark about the other companies, the members of YB CSD in other countries. Oke, silakan Pak Gavi dulu.
Yeah. So for the Signify, for the lighting, we also very uh, development or basic development is focusing on sustainability and environment, basically. So that's why for the circular economy, we also improve on and in our R&D to have some solution. So how the product that we sell or use from the customer, so it can be reusable again. So yeah, so it's our contribute as well to develop the product and suitable for the people can be contribute to environment for the sustainability. So in terms of we reducing the energy consumption for the lighting. So in the manufacturing process and the product process itself, we also reducing all the carbon footprint. So the weight of the logistic impact to our fuel that we use from the transportation. So all the things that can be contribute to environment, we also very excited to improve our solution as well. So in the product end, for the solution, we also implemented the tailor made. So it can be reducing the waste as well. So we very fit to our needs from the customer itself. So basically, we can redesign and reuse again for the material. So from the choosing the material itself should be for the 3D, so should be can be reusable again. So 80% plus for the material can be reusable. So this is our contribute.
Is it difficult to start and also to implement?
Yeah. We also have some basically many user or customers having the product let's say for the conventional product. So yeah, we also very engaged with the ministry, for example. So we also campaign the how the circular economy or circular lighting impact to the environment as well. So it's back to us that the solution is already there. So say we also campaign that this is this is a part of our contribution to our environment as well. So the product can be reusable after using for example for the 5 or 10 years from now the product can be reusable, not
Okay.
on a waste.
So the challenge is in the consumer, not in internal business.
Yeah, for the internal business, for the Signify is we already have a solution for end-to-end manufacturing process. So for the delivering to the customer, we also educate for the business, for example, for the office industry, for example, for the like for the warehouses, some industry, and then also for the consumer. So changing the behavior to switch from the dispose the material to the recycle material. So it quite challenge, but is must for us than other industry to implement this as a part of from the solution for the our environment as well.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Pak Utoyo.
So actually, the challenging is, the circular economy is need an awareness. So sometimes the company, let's see the waste generator, thinking that if I have a waste, I dispose my waste to the government-owned facility, permitted facility. That's all. Yeah, that's not my responsibility. Not thinking about this circular economy. So I have experience at the beginning of our initiative. Yeah, uh, we have a cooperation with the Su Manufacturing. This is a big company. I don't mention the brand name. This is a big company. So basically, at the beginning, the waste of the rubber they put in the landfill facility belongs to the government. And then we explained that actually by putting this, and then actually it's not a zero waste. Yeah, basically the waste become like a burden in another facility. Then we try to explain that actually by putting this kind of the rubber waste to our company, so basically we recover your energy, yeah, from this kind of this rubber waste. At the same time, the landfill facility will be better because it will reduce the landfill facility, and also for us it's like energy. So sometimes we need to, and then the life cycle assessment is better because you can claim it's like a zero waste. Yeah. Sometimes we have to make awareness about the importance of this circular economy and not just only compliance. Yeah. It's about compliance. That's all. Yeah. Comply. But what's the compliance means if in another thing we still have environment problem in the future. So that's my point. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Do you know that because you also now be the off-taker of for the DKI RDF, and then now all the government, local government want to establish a RDF and then sell to you, and you will be oversupply for that. What is there? Is it become a new challenge then?
Uh, Actually, that's why we keep mentioning that this our work together. It's not only the cement company. It's only not only for this SBI, but if we can think that all the cement industry, all the power plant industry, all the high intensive industry can take this alternative fuel from the waste, from the sorted municipal waste, I think we can help the environment. So it's not only the cement industry itself. We keep promote even our facility in Cilacap. Many industry also come to just see what's the process.
Okay, so the opportunity is still open wide, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Pak Utoyo. So Irene, I'd like to have your opinion on or share the insight from other countries on this circular economy implementation.
Thank you. Let me perhaps go back to one point that was made before, which is very important, and it's about the circular economy and how we look at the circular economy and drive companies towards this transition. It's that there's two main objectives that we're working with. One is to minimize extraction of virgin resources as much as possible, and also to minimize that landfill and incineration that colleagues have talked about. We achieve that through three main principles that are widely adopted. Those are eliminating waste and pollution by design at the onset. Those are recirculating resources and signifies an example. How do you design products so that they can be reused many times? And also put in place business models that allow for that reuse to happen. And then the third one is looking at regenerating nature, so that when we use bio-based materials, for example, we only use them with the knowledge that they can regenerate at fast rates as possible, so that they can replenish themselves. These are definitions that are also part of the Ellen MacArthur Foundation and that are widely adopted. And we really drive companies to understand how the key actions that they can take to achieve these two objectives: reduce dependence from virgin resource by increasing circular feedstock, which is using more secondary materials and using more recycled content or sustainably managed bio-based materials, but also how they can design products to make sure that these last longer, and how do they take responsibility over the end of life of those products, such as what our colleague was mentioning. How do we make the most out of waste and elevate that waste into other uses, so that from a linear disposal method we go to a circular management of that resource. So this is work that we do in terms of the global approach that we've taken to accountability and performance frameworks for circularity, and we're working across sectors through this similar approach. Then, of course, it's seen and interpreted in different ways, and each sectors have their own specificities, which we're also working with, especially those sectors that are high impact. And to your point before about impact on nature, that is an important concern. And of course, as companies are looking at more circular options, the important aspect is also to understand the impact that this has on the emissions reductions, for example, but most importantly on that land use perspective that we were mentioning before, and also in the previous session, where we need to have a strong understanding of the land use change that is driving also the choices that we make, and perhaps that helps also make choices that have lower impact on the environment, more climate positive, more nature positive impact on the environment.
Thank you, Irene. And for the last statement, Irene, what would be your recommendation if we would like to mainstream a circular economy in national level? And also, Pak Gavi and Pak Utoyo, I'd like also to have your opinion on that.
Maybe my last closing remark here would be start now. And I'm specifically talking to businesses, as this is our main target audience. There's much benefits that can be reaped from circularity. They will be seen perhaps not immediately. Some of the investments that you need to make today will provide substantial returns perhaps in 10 years, but you will see that your business will progressively become more resilient, less dependent on supply chain disruptions, and overall you'll be able to develop new business models that are future-proof as well. So start now. The circular transition indicators are a great way to start understanding the potential that circularity holds for you, and start with that, and happy to continue the conversation forward with all of you.
Okay, thank you, Irene. Applause to Irene. Okay, Pak Gavi.
Yeah. For me, it's time to start and change our mindset to better environment as well, with choosing the circular product, so it can help us and bring us and a more benefit for us. So our living is a very more green, and we don't have any issue for the future after the dispose the product. So if you're choosing the circular product, and I think it's many products are available as well for the can be recycled or something. So it's back to in our mindset, so we can choose the transition to choosing the circular product.
Okay, start now providing sustainable product. Yeah. Okay, Pak Utoy.
I think we can start with our living style, which is start from the reduce, and then reuse, recycle, recover. Yeah, because tomorrow's matters. I think that's my last.
Okay, thank you. Big applause to our distinguished speakers, Irene, Pak Gavi, and Pak Utoyo. Thank you for all the audience that already joined this session, also in that online session. So I hand over to you.
Thank you, Bu Maria. And please, for the speakers and moderator, stay on the stage for the pictures. Yeah, that was an interesting panel discussion. As Irene said before, like start now, especially for business, because if it's not now, then when? Okay. So thank you. You may come back to your seat.
Thank you.
Thank you. So next one, we will still have one more panel discussion. And I hope you are still excited for the next one. It's on managing social performance through addressing inequality. And we have Ibu Ratno Ayudiati, External Affairs Sustainability Manager and Corporate Affairs Major Strategy and Planning, PT HM Sampurna Tbk. So a little bit about her. She is a graduate from Trisakti University on Entrepreneurship Study and Master on Sustainability Study from Trisakti University. I'd like to invite Ibu Ratno Ayudiati to come to the stage and lead the discussion.
Thank you. Thank you for the introductions. Welcome to the third session and also our final session for today. Today we will be discussing on equality, because previously we already discussed about the environment, the climate, the nature. Now we have to discuss about the inequality. So it's a social topic. So here we will have three distinguished gentlemen here with us today. Marcus from WBCSD, and then Pak Darsono, CEO of Rimba Makmur, and also Pak Pong from SEG, the President Director of SEG. I welcome you all three to the stage. Okay, since we are discussing about the inequality today, so we're going to have, thank you. We're going to highlight about the roles and responsibility for the business. This will be brought by Marcus Burke from the WBCSD. And then we will talk about more about the partnerships, the benefit of partnerships with Pak Darsono. And also, last but not least, definitely, is how to reduce inequality with collaborating with the with the communities. So without further ado, Marcus, are you there?
Yes, I am. Hello, everyone. Thank you. So my name is Marcus Burke. I'm with the Equity Action Team here at WBCSD, and it's a pleasure to speak with you about the Business Commission to Tackle Inequality, better known as BCTI. Before I go into what the Commission is and what we're doing, I just wanted to start off with the three critical sustainability challenges that we're prioritizing here at WBCSD, and those are the climate emergency, nature loss, and mounting inequality. With climate and nature, we're at a point where the conversations on the why and what are becoming less frequent and are more around the how. But when it comes to inequality, although the social sustainability movement has been in operation for a long time, the challenge and the opportunity is building the case that it's a systemic risk to businesses. And this agenda is very much part of WBCSD's Vision 2050, which describes a world where more than 9 billion people live well within planetary boundaries by mid-century. And turning this vision into reality really calls for a change in our efforts to tackle climate change, biodiversity loss, and escalating inequality, and to bring tackling inequality to the top of the global corporate agenda. And so the BCTI wants to establish the mindset that inequality is a systemic risk, that businesses have a vested interest in addressing it, and to make the case that inequality is not just something for governments to discuss, but that it is something very material to business. So in the same way that we have clarity around what has to be done when it comes to climate on Scope 1, Scope 2, and Scope 3 emissions, our priority really has been to create a similar case on the inequality side and to build a must-do agenda for business by putting together a multi-stakeholder group and to put in place the building blocks that will help to drive action. So in July of 2021, we established the BCTI to support the business community to prioritize actions that they have to take on the most relevant inequality topics, such as making sure companies are doing their human rights due diligence, focusing on supplier diversity, paying their fair share of taxes, and paying their employees not just a minimum wage, but a living wage, for example. And so here you have both WBCSD members and partners who have been part of this coalition, which are the 60 organizations you see here. And this commission focuses on changing mindsets so companies recognize inequality as a systemic and urgent risk, creating a shared vision and direction so businesses have a clear action agenda that they can leverage to tackle inequality, and then catalyzing and coordinating action so companies have easy access to tools, networks, and guidelines to support their efforts, as well as a platform that can incubate new resources, initiatives, and partnerships. Next slide, please. So over the past 2 years, we've been in working groups on a variety of social topics to develop insights, which fed into our flagship report, which is called Tackling Inequality, an Agenda for Business Action, which we launched on May 3rd at our liaison delegate meeting in Montreux. We see this as a call to action for business leaders as it builds the business case and a comprehensive action agenda that they can leverage to help build a better society. So we break down the report into 3 parts. Part 1 covers the need for business action, which defines inequality as a systemic risk and presents a compelling case for business action. Part 2 covers the 10 catalytic actions, explaining why they're needed, detailing the business case for them, and highlighting case studies and resources that can support business action. And then part 3 goes over what's needed by the broader ecosystem to drive action, be it governance, stakeholder engagement, or measurement and disclosure. So just to talk about the why again, we don't get into Gini coefficients or some of the historical causes of inequality like land distribution, resource exploitation, and others, but there are a number of trends that are exacerbating the inequality that has taken hold in many societies across the world. COVID-19 is one of them. We saw that income level has been a stronger predictor of death due to COVID-19 than age. We're seeing that the impacts of climate change are falling disproportionately on the most vulnerable members of society. And new research suggests climate change could push up to 132 million people into extreme poverty by 2030. We're seeing that new technologies are boosting demand for wages for workers with the skills to use them, while threatening the livelihoods of those without. And then we know that armed conflict hits the most vulnerable the hardest, fueling major increases in inequality. So, next slide, please. And in this report, we identified 10 catalytic actions that individual companies can take and that stakeholders increasingly expect them to take to start to tackle inequality. These actions cover a range of different scopes, including a company's own operations, its supply chain, the marketplace, and its interactions with society at large. So in addition to human rights, which we have at the core of this action agenda, these action areas are making essential products and services more accessible and affordable, creating a diverse, equitable, and inclusive workplace and value chain, preparing people for the future of work, providing safe, secure, and sufficient work, paying and promoting living wages and incomes, supporting and respecting worker representation, supporting effective public policy, adopting responsible tax practices, and finally, realizing the just transition to a net zero and nature positive economy. And so just to conclude, we know that the topic of inequality is one that plays out very differently in different parts of the world, but what we're trying to do is to create an agenda that's broad enough to mobilize the global business community, but at the same time, an agenda that can be explored in specific geographies. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcus, for that interesting insights. If I may ask in advance, though, you're talking a lot about these tools and also the incubations for the business. Could you please share on how the business also can try to integrate their business strategy to support the social aspect, especially to reduce the inequality? Thank you.
Definitely. So one way that businesses can start to integrate the social aspects, I think it's important for businesses to define their social objectives. So, we say this often, D&I, but, it's very local. So make sure that your social objectives align with your values and make sure that they do address inequality. They can focus on areas like diversity and inclusion, fair labor practices, community engagement, and social impact initiatives. I think it's also important to have a strong leadership commitment. So senior leadership needs to demonstrate a genuine commitment to addressing social issues within the organization. So incorporating social responsibility into the company's mission and values, and then set targets for social performance, and then allocate resources to support those social initiatives.
Thank you. Great answers. Okay, so now speaking about the role of the business. Here with us we also have Pak Darsono and Pak Cakapong, also to share about how to reduce the inequality. So for now, I think I will give the floor to Pak Pong on maybe can share on how you leverage the community empowerment to improve to reduce the inequality. The floor is yours, Pak. Oh, okay. Apologize. Now it's Pak Darsono's time. The slide, please. Sorry.
Pak Pong can go first.
Yeah,
It's fine.
Pak Pong.
We just have to change. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Meanwhile, we're waiting. So here is Pak Pong from SCGs, the President Director of SCG, will share about how to reduce inequality through the community empowerment. Pak Pong, the floor is yours.
You, I think this our commitment to Indonesia or the place that we have the operation. Normally, I think we're talking about ESG, but for the SCG, we have ESG 4 plus. The first one is net zero, and second one go green, and the third one reduce inequality, and number 4 we're talking about collaboration. So this thing that we will talk more in the reduce inequality. Okay, next slide, please. Indonesia, we have this reduce inequality with through this 3 program. I think the first one is about Kesari or Gerakan Desa Berdikari, or we call the Independent Village Movement. Yeah. The second one, Sharing the Dream. This about the scholarship, and the third one, Sharing the Dream Community Project. Next slide, please. So we're talking about Kesari. This the program. This through our cement plant and mining in Sukabumi. Yeah, we're working together with the 5 village in Sukabumi Regency. This one, I think, instead of we talking about how success, I would like to share the fail and the pain. Yeah, I think if the success story, you can see in many, but for fail and pain that we facing, this one is like, we hope that if some corporate would like to do that, maybe firstly we talking, okay, we give you the funding or the capital. That's it. That the simple thought that everyone want to start, but actually the fail and the pain happen when you giving only the fund, because the community may facing that, oh, I have the fund, the capital, but what they need the knowledge, they need the monitoring, they need the support. Yeah. So that's why we come with the fourth one that I show you about the 4 plus. Yeah, we have the collaboration. So that's why we are working engagement with the local agency. This also play the important rules. Yeah, to make the our CSR, the employment program to be sustained. Yeah, and from the 4 plus, I take note a bit that we have the transparency. The transparency, this will be the key factor that how we run, how we make the employment program sustain. Yeah, you can see right now we're working with Kabupaten Sukabumi At this moment, we have 31 successfully SME. I can say that successfully because we fail already, and we know that how to improve by working with the government. Yep. And until now, we have about 645 beneficiary. So, and also we gain the reward from the West Java Governor Pariwan Ganmil. Yeah, I think this 3 years in a row. Yeah. This sample of the our project. Yeah. Sorry, can I back to previous slide? I just talk with a simple one, catfish or ikalele. So if you giving only the fund in the beginning, they have 2 pond. But if you keeping the fund, of course they will have more. But how about the market? How to be sustained? So it means we have to work with the local government that have the knowledge, expert, how to do the catfish, and including the market. So this can be more sustained. And until now, this from the 2 ponds in the beginning become 123 ponds. Yeah, and this can earn more the from the only few villagers. So now the member become 70. So this only simple, but we have another about the mushroom, about the tofu factory. We have the madu or honey. We have the langkinan or the local snack. Yeah. We also have the waste pallet project that from the factory, and the company can create the value on that. Yep. And the second empowerment program we call the sharing the dream. So sharing the dream is something that like of course that we giving the scholarship to the student nearby factory. Yeah. This year is 11 years that we continue, and almost 4,000 students that get the scholarship. Yeah. I'm not talking about the how much the budget that we spend, but the learning point for the sharing the dream is about consistency. So not only we just announce that we are going to give the scholarship, if we are not consistent, they also will not feel that we keep doing this and commitment of on the this program. Yeah. And besides giving the scholarship, we also give them the like a self-development program. So let them from the law of receive the scholarship only, we will try to develop them to be the law of the give to the community by assign and giving them the project, that how they're gonna learn how to run the project, how do they learn that to be the leadership to uh, give to the community. So this kind of the you can see we have like a mass plantation, we have the maggot, yeah, cultivation. We have them to do feed the catfish from the household bucket. So this some simple project that we develop our student to contribute to the community. Yeah, please. This only the some figure. Yep. So and from this, from the our scholarship, I think almost 90% of the student like certified with this program. Yep. I think that we also have beside the that we are doing the program, we also have communicate, yeah, with our stakeholders. So like our especially our staff, yeah, our employee. This can be the one that help us to share this what we do to the community. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Who are you?
Pong. Thank you, Pak Pong. It's very an interesting project that you have. If you don't mind, I do have some questions though, because I see so many communities in there, so many projects in so many different places. Could you share about how you how do you keep those program relevance to the community?
uh, I said that the first one is collaboration. The collaboration is a key that we can run this program. Yeah. And the second thing about the transparent, transparent is mean internal and external should be same. What the word that we say with our team, it should be the same word that we say to the external. So I think with this, with two key issue, the collaboration and transparent is the one that can keep the program, can keep this like continuous, and we do the same. That what we talk. Yeah, for you.
Pong. Okay, so now we're going to go with our third speaker, Pak Darsono, CEO of Rimba Makmur Utama. As we all know that Rimba Makmur Utama also have this big massive project in Katingan. So maybe now Pak Darsono can share a bit about how this inclusive partnership can benefit for the ESG and also for the business.
Thank you. Thank you, Bu Retno. So, my name is Darsono Hartono. I'm founder of RMU, which is Rimba Makmur Utama. I think maybe I will not want to frame it that we are trying to solve the inequality problem. I think we actually want to be inclusive. So it's inequality somehow you have done something that is equal than something unequal. But in our project, I think it's about being inclusive and involve everybody. So I just want to be sure. So RMU next is a nature-based solution company, basically enterprise. For some of you who are not familiar, previous please. Sebelum. What nature-based solution enterprise is, when I started this business about 15 or 16 years ago, my business partner have this dream that he said that Darsono, we can actually save the environment, provide sustainable livelihood, being inclusive, and make money by selling something called carbon credit. It was a very weird concept then, 16 years ago. I think it's something that I strongly believe that we are actually solving two problems that was mentioned earlier that humans are facing today. First is the climate change issue. Second is the inequality issue, or, in this case. So by trying to prove that this project where we can actually solve those two issues, we can actually have a new way of doing things, right? So um, in 2007, we have two young men. I went to school with my business partner, Rezal Kusumat Maja, and we was like, let's just do this. It's like, let's try to conserve and preserve forests in Indonesia because we can get carbon credits. And we found this area in Central Kalimantan. I started from an idea of trying to conserve 1,000 hectares. For some of you, how maybe just to give you an idea, 1,000 hectares is, I think 1,000 hectares is like Pantai Nakapuk. Think about it, right? I mean, if you're familiar. And then Rezal said, no, 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 we have to be a global player. We cannot be conserving 1,000 hectares. And I said, no, no, and we were looking at a very specific type of forest called peatland forest because it stored so much carbon. Then once you open it, it's so easy to catch fire. And then I said, how about 200,000 hectares? So just to give you an idea, 200,000 hectares as a perspective is 2.5 times the size of island of Singapore. So this is 2007, two young men in their 30s. It's like, let's just do it. But I think we finally, 15 years later, our project, flagship project, Katingan Matraya project, is the largest initiative of its kind. We have been able to produce more than 30 million tons of carbon credit, been able to sell it through the market where the whole net zero movement, all these things. And not only that, we transparently can show that the benefit of the carbon financing that you are putting in the project to solve the climate change and the being inclusive. I think that's what we're trying to do and try to achieve next. So with that, it becomes clear for us as a company, we have a vision that is a world economy that is earth and people first. And the mission is to basically a nature-based solution enterprise that empower new generation of leaders and change makers. When people look at this vision and mission, Buretno, they think this sounds like what Indonesia is called LSM, in English is called NGO. But I think I really want to challenge a lot of basically enterprise or company today. This should be our mission. Our mission is solving a problem that is so dire today.
climate change issue, inequality issue, but you can still make profit. There is a win-win to this. So that's why we have this guiding principle of building towards a restorative and regenerative economy. I think our project is the largest of its kind. So we actually, from Indonesia, we want to contribute to the world. And I think to give that lesson learned. Next. So just to give you an idea of, I kind of tell you where it is. It's in Santa Kalimantan. So we've been able to sell all this credit. Next. So just give you an idea how it is. So if you look at this picture, the area that is covered is the dark green part. So the idea is you want to conserve this forest because it's provide living not only for the people, but also for the biodiversity. The idea is a peatland forest from a experience that we are facing for some of you who have maybe started working in the 90s. In 1996, 97, our second president, Suharto, decided to open a peatland forest in Santa Kalimantan for 1 million hectares. He has a dream that we want to be rice independent. But what he did not realize is he's opening a forest that become a problem today. That peat forest still cause fire, literally 5 years later. So I think we don't want to make the same mistake. So that's why we try to protect this green part. And we want to show that there is a new business of doing this. Next. So these are all the projects that we have gone through in terms of how we work. The way we can actually conserve this forest is to work inclusively with communities. Without communities' involvement, without the support from communities, without the change of behavior from the communities, this forest will be lost too, right? I think that's the key. The key is how can we work on that? And there are a lot of activities at the behind of this slide that I share that I will be happy to share with you. But I think the challenge is how do we do it? How do we solve this? I mean, is it a trial and error? I can say that yes, but you have to come from the pure intention that you want to help. It has to come from your heart that you want to do this. You are not doing this for your brand. You are not doing this for the sake of, to show to the world that you're doing it, but you're doing this because you strongly believe without their improvement in their livelihood, they will not be your future for the company. So I think that's why we have to look at it differently now. Where company, the old days, they say it's a CSR. CSR for me is not something that makes sense anymore today. When you say CSR, people will say that I'm allocating something for you to do good. But what you need to look at is to look at your mapping your all stakeholders, right? I mean, when a company, the old days in the 90s when I was in college, people always teach us there is a shareholder value. What does shareholder value mean? Oh, my profit, my return of earning has to be there. But now people talk about stakeholder value. That's when you can solve these whole inequality problems, right? I think, but the challenge is not easy. I actually go to the village myself. The first 6 years of this company, I was the only employee. I was the only employee in my company for 6 years. I know Bu Inda even before that, and worked together. And then it took us another 4 years to get our first sales of the company. It took me 10 years to get my first sales. And then finally now we become one of the largest of its kind. But it was very clear from the beginning that we are working closely with the communities and we treat communities as our shareholders. They are not something that we think that we want to give. So I think one thing about how to work with communities, you have to give them the respect that they can solve the problem with you. It's not about just how much, I agree with you, Pong, it's not about how much the money. It's about how you can grab and help and actually understand them. But with a very clear mindset that you are willing to help. And you don't want to, the last thing that you want is they lost their identity and they don't have ownership. So our job is to solve this inequality is about how we have to have a pure heart, clear conscience that this is doing the right thing. And I can assure you your value, your company value, even though today is not portrayed as in your return of equity, return of investment, there is a return on humanity and return on community that people still don't know how to price. So I think I challenge and I really encourage you to be solving this issue that we have. Thank you.
Some insight, Pak Darsono. Okay, so now we will open the floor for questions from the live audience, or maybe also from the Zoom if it's available. Please, Joe.
Yes, thank you both. Great work, and this retiring project just appeared. How does the economics work? And yeah, how does the economics work with the climate finance? And you know, I totally get that the goal is inclusion and respect and dignity. Protecting the forest and co-benefits is the climate side. But could you just explain it how the finance flows a bit? I'd
So,
really like to understand. Thank you.
I can share with you when I started this 15 years ago, when I throw this idea that you can sell carbon credit, right? At that time, I can say that this project will produce 5 million tons of credit every year. And people say, wow, okay. And then how much is the market? At that time, I said that it's $5. It's like $25 million. Come on, this is a no brainer, right? I mean, if you look at it from a financing perspective, it's a no brainer. You should be able to bank this. And unfortunately, nobody is financing it. You know why? Because I cannot prove to them that I will be able to sell for $5, right? So, but now with the whole voluntary market, it start moving, it's easier. I will not say there is definitely a yes, because like it or not, I think we have the world is in a situation where we still don't know how to price this asset, unfortunately, right? We're still believing that these assets provide something that is good for climate, but we are still fighting in terms of how much carbon credit we produce. So for somebody who wants to do finance, it has to be clear the risk. And I think with the only way to solve this is to have a project like us to show to the world the benefit, to be transparent. How we're going to do the benefit sharing, how we're going to put it back. And but the good news now is people will come and say, "Darsono, what's your next project?" Right? 10 years ago, they're like, I don't know. I talk to a lot of people. I mean, I used to work in the bank before. I used to work in J.P. Morgan in New York, so I know a little bit of fundraising. But I can tell you now, with the whole movement of this net zero now, it's about nature positive. I think it is very crucial for us to make this, to really make sure that we invest in this space. Let's not get caught with the noises of whether offset is good, whether whatever it is. This I think we have to believe that this is the right thing to do in the future.
Madam Chair, thank you. Just going to so for me, I think climate is where the money is. Equity, people is where the license to operate is, and nature is where a lot of the solutions are. Um, where I've seen it successful, I think we run into a lot of trouble once we go to the markets, and there are examples that work in the markets, but the cases that work best that I've seen, there's a strong enough business case in investing in the community and protecting nature, and then the climate piece can be handled later, and that finance piece for climate, we can work it out later if there's a strong enough case in action already. And I think that and that's happened when the companies investing are much closer jurisdictionally to where the investment is, because then there's a political reason for them to invest in communities, promote well-being and livelihoods, and also call things like fires. So that case becomes stronger. And then, the verification part is less important because you've got enough of a business case already. When it's solid, we can sell the credits and we can work out how that money goes. But anyway, I share that for you. Thank you.
But I can share with you, it's easier said than that. I'll give you maybe if I'm going to make my last comment. This is about how to change mindset. This is about solving the fundamental issue that we're facing with a lot of communities. So I remember in 2015, I went to visit a lot of the village. We are trying to promote a new way of farming with no burning, no chemical. And that's 6 months prior to that, I sent a anthropologist to our site, right? To really understand why would people do this? To really understand why would people do slash and burn, right? And then the problem is because in the past, people do slash and burn by rotating, right? So you rotate, if you control it well, 7 years later, Your land will be fertile again because that's how nature does. Sometimes it'll repelness. But now we keep on doing the same place. You keep on buying chemicals. So I told them, no, no, no. There's a new way to do this. I'm going to teach you. I will be providing you know-how. I will what we call it TBTK. Tanpa bakar, tanpa kimia. No burning, no chemical. And I was in a few, I spoke to 500 farmers at that time, right? Then I'm like, I'm excited, this is good, we'll be teaching you this. Guess how many farmers were interested? Who? Who? So that is what we're facing, right? I think we're facing in the world that we have, it's not about solving inequality, it's about how you have to persevere. Because changing mindset, changing things, and changing the way they do takes time. So I think I hear you. You have to, when we talk about project developer like us, the successful one always start from the bottom. The one that are close to communities, the one that really show that they are care about this. And then the numbers are just a matter of numbers. So same thing when you run a company in terms of how you do things now, right? Because I think you have to map whether you operate, whether you sell your product, and then become the supporter of the community. Because I think that's how you differentiate your brand. And I hate to call it, but don't call it CSR. Because CSR as if like you're doing like I'm the better one and I give you, right? You're doing this, you have to make sure that we are doing this together. Because what's good for you is good for me. I think that's the mindset you have to be kind of be like, oh, it's I'm because that's what CSR was sort of flawed in that way in the past.
Pak Darsono, that was really, really insightful. But that's actually tickle me a bit. So, but this tickling is actually for Pak Pong because there is actually the questions because Pak But Darsono explained that the importance of the partnership itself. It's important for the partnership, but also for the mindset, right? The mindset change. But as we can we see previously, Pak Pong said about the educations. That's why SCG also try to empower the community with the educations. But sometimes educations treated like it's just an education. So I think I've seen it before that you have a lot of communications, right? A lot of communications channel. How do you utilize your communications to ensure that your community uh, follow these educations programs and also feels like this is doing it for them?
I think when we start everything, of course that the some community may not buy in. Okay, they're still afraid that if doing the new thing, they may fail or do something. So that what we need is about working together with the other stakeholders. So yeah, if we want to make it go further, we have to go with the collaboration with the stakeholder. So of course, not no one the good in everything. So I think this the key that we need the collaboration. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Pak Pong. Okay, so for now, do we have any questions from the Zoom audience? Okay, from live audience, please. I think we still have time for two more.
Okay, so thank you. My name is Helena Riesti from GRP, Gunung Rajapaksi. And yeah, I'm so curious relating because both of you coming from different sectors. So relating about the social sectors that you have explaining and talking. So how do NCG and also Rimba Makmur Utama create the right culture and mindset, as you mentioned, Mr. Dasono? Engage and also engage the people to reinforce the right behaviors. So yeah, uh, thank you.
Um, I think with community, I can tell you, right? When you have a clear leadership. Like, I mean, I go to the village myself, right? As a CEO of company, is very rare. People don't go to the village, right? But I think if you are a company leader and you really can push it to your people who ever execute on the ground, when you talk with communities, they actually know whether you're being truthful, you're being honest. But of course, it's not an easy thing. I mean, I will be in the village, in the past when I try to sell them the idea of like protecting the environment. They say that you're crazy, you're capitalist, you're gonna take it away. I mean, it's always like that from the beginning. But I think if you have pure intention, you really have that in you, and you act and consistently persevere, and eventually there will be hope, and they will come to you. I mean, I as simple as a small things that I do. I remember one time I was in a small village, and somebody raised their hand and said, "Pak Darsono, is your handphone number 0816976294?" I was like, "Oh, how did you know?" Right? But out of the blue in that mind, I said, "Oh, apparently somebody, he must have my business card, right?" And I said that I took my bag and I have a full back deck of business card. I give everyone, I say, "This is my business card. Yes, my number is this. I only have one number. Then I will give it to you, my number. I only ask for two things." I said, "One, never ask for donation. Two, well, I mean, for some Indonesian, this is very relevant that you understand. It's like, never ask for pulsa. Pulsa is like telephone credits, right? If you have question, you have input, you have criticism, I'm sure you can send me one SMS. The old days, we don't even have WhatsApp, right? It's like SMS, and I will call you back." Because we were so clear, the communication on that sense, until today, after I'm meeting thousands of community, none of them ever ask for donation. So I think it's about how you can be clear what you want with pure intention that you have. And you just have to stand there and persevere. I mean, there's a village that we know, there are 35 villages, as I mentioned to you. One village said that, "I don't want you. You guys are not going to help me." I said, "Okay, fine." And we literally did not touch anything in that village for 3 years. No staff going there, no intervention and no nothing. But 3 years later, they come and said, "Pak Rasono, I want to be part of it now because my neighbors are doing well." So I think these are the things, that dynamic that we have to see, right? I think it's not, but the key is that we have to make them realize that they have the capacity to be better. It's not about giving free money. It's about giving them dignity. That's more important. And I think every community is unique, but as a company, this is your basis. These are the people that you deal with. And I think you should leverage that. You should leverage that, and hopefully you'll solve the problem that we are facing today.
I think for me the same with Damasono. Of course, that myself also going to the village. Even we have I'm a Thai, I'm not Indonesian, but of course the way that you say the word and the action that you did, I think that will prove that you are consistent. So no matter maybe go to 5 times, 6 times, 10 times, I believe that some of them later on we will try. Yeah, because we are taking care of the 5 village. No matter, we just okay, keep going, keep doing. I believe that this, of course, is not easy, but this we will pay back later on.
Sorry, I hope that answers. Oke, tadi ada Pak Upoyo. Silakan, Pak.
Thank you. Maybe my question to Pak Darsono, ya. As we know that there will be like a regulation for the carbon, yeah. This is in the regulations about 30,000 rupiah per ton or $2. Do you think this is too low, or uh, if you say that you can sell it for $5, yeah, per ton of CO2? Then when it will be implemented, and then maybe the company will yeah come to the uh, going to the cheapest one, which is only $2. So what do you think about this carbon tax regulation. Thank you.
Sounds like this is not an inequality session now, but I'm happy to answer that question. So I think carbon tax is a good way to start for the country, right? I think I as an Indonesian, I realize that everybody have to share the burden. The Indonesian company, international company, but I have to say that the international company have to share more than us, right? So what I'm saying is, carbon financing can actually solve the issue in a way that we as the government will actually encourage project developer like us and let the market international to buy the credits, right? So you're going to have more income for people coming in the meantime, for company that are in Indonesia, they pay taxes, right? So I mean, technically, hopefully it can become better with a assumption that the tax will go up, right? Because if technically you keep on paying $2, there's no incentive for company to change, right? It's like looking at cost, okay. And then it's so easy to buy carbon tax as taxes because suddenly my liability disappeared, right? Tax is like, oh, I'm done. So I think with this whole net zero movement, SBTI, I really think that hopefully Indonesia can they're still working on the regulation today, that they will open up the carbon market for international, because unlike this sector is so unique for carbon, particularly on land use or nature base, if somebody's basically, if you can sell your carbon credit abroad, you basically have others to help you finance your NDC, or you help you enhance your natural resources. Nothing is being extracted. You have to be inclusive. I think it's a win-win for everybody. But of course, every Indonesians also need to make sure that they will be able to achieve the NDC. That's what the struggle is today, right? NDC, carbon. But I think for the volunteer market like us, our buyers don't really need it part of their country NDC. So all the credit that we sell today can still be part of Indonesian NDC. So that opportunity will is still here today. I don't know if the compliance market finally will arrive or not. So yes, to answer your question, the $2 is a good start. It will eventually go up. But Arto, we also need to open the international market for us to be recognized as Pak Luhut said, our climate superpower, all these things. But it takes a lot of effort, because carbon credit is not like coal, where you ship it in the barge, somebody get it, they put it in the boiler, and it makes sense, right? Carbon credit is a certificate, so you have to build that whole chain of custody, make sure that it's correctly put, certification process, and I think Indonesia is getting there.
Is that clear, Pak? Okay, thank you. I think we already answered most of the questions. So now I think thank you for Pak Darsono, thank you for Pak Pong, thank you Marcus for this insightful discussion and session. So now let me get back to the MC. Thank you.
Thank you, Ibu Ayu. And please stay on the stage for our speakers and moderator for the photo session. Yeah, let's give a round of applause, everyone. Okay, thank you for the photographers and for the speakers and moderator. You may come back to your seat. So, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we've almost come to the end of the event. To close our session, here on the screen, we will have special closing remarks from IBCSD Honorary Trustee, Ibu Shinta Kamdani. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's hear the closing remarks from Ibu Shinta.
Good afternoon, honorable speakers and moderators, participants, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. We have come to the end of our discussion. Thank you for all your participation. Thank you for the support of WBCSD Asia Pacific and WBCSD headquarters. Thank you to the companies that makes today's event happen. April Group, Vale Indonesia, and Olah Karsa. Also to all panelists and moderators. Before I highlight some important points from our discussion, I would like to ask you a question. Are we better off than we were 3 years ago? Why 3 years ago? Because I remember after the pandemic hit, we promised to take that as an opportunity for a change to build back better. The discussion that we have today hopefully can remind us again how we should keep moving onwards towards a sustainable future, even faster, especially on the pressing issue of climate change. Climate change is not only threatening our resources to run the business, but also our natural ecosystem and social structure as a whole. What we hear from the discussion today are a few examples of how the issues have been addressed by businesses through the three main topics: net zero, circular economy, and equity action. I believe many more companies in Indonesia are working on these issues as well. Even though it is not yet the time for us to be proud, because we need more companies to join forces in addressing this issue and make their commitments. We need to appreciate this effort, as they not only sustain the business, but also the earth we live in. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, when I initiated IBCSD, my dream was to have a business association that can facilitate transformation towards sustainable business and bring a unified voice of businesses towards sustainable development in Indonesia, and making it the chapter of WBCSD is a strategic option to bring the same message. I'm happy that until today, WBCSD is still giving the best support to spread the effort of sustainable business around the world, including Indonesia. I'm also happy to see that sustainability is becoming more and more important for a business. I believe the business leaders understand to make ESG not only a commitment, but what is also important is the implementation. And I believe IBCSD with its network still can be your resource and support for you in striving to implement your ESG commitment and reach your sustainable goals. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, as the highlight of our discussion today, at least there are 3 actions that companies should take after. First, taking steps toward mitigating the impacts of climate change, such as reducing emission, using renewable energy and energy sources, developing a roadmap towards net zero, and working with the value chain. Second, implement good practices of circularity to accelerate growth, enhance competitiveness, and mitigate the risk of resource scarcity. Third, addressing the systemic risks posed by mounting levels of inequality and take practical action to address the inequality, as we should be aware that tackling it is also about unlocking company-level benefits, including attracting and retaining talent, winning consumers, enhancing access to capital, building resilient supply chain, and staying ahead of policy and regulatory change. We do hope many companies take this action working hand in hand to show the leadership in the business community for our earth, for our children, and the future. Thank you very much.
Please give a round of applause for Ibu Shinta Kamdani as IBCSD Honorary Trustee and the CEO of Sintesa Group. So this is the end of our event today. On behalf of IBCSD and WBCSD, I want to extend a heartfelt thanks to the support of April Group and PT Vale Indonesia, and to our partner Olah Karsa in making this event very inspiring and worth remembering. Thank you very much. We would like to thank the distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, speakers, moderators, and all of our participants. We apologize if there are any shortcomings in organizing this event. So once again, thank you very much. That's all. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon.
Record.
IBCSD. Maju ke depan, foto bersama.
Kepada keluarga dari IBCSD, kepada keluarga dari Mas Denis,